So, good morning everyone. I declare open this meeting of the Senate Community Affairs Legislation Committee. The Senate has referred to the committee the particulars of proposed expenditure for 2022-23 and related documents for the health portfolio and the social services portfolio. The committee may also examine the annual reports of the departments and agencies appearing before it. The committee would appreciate if senators could provide any written questions on notice to the Secretariat by Friday the 22nd of April 2022. The committee has fixed Friday the 20th of May 2022 as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session. This includes answers to questions on notice. Officers and senators are familiar with the rules of the Senate governing estimates hearings. If you need assistance, the Secretariat has a copy of the rules. I draw the attention of witnesses to an order of the Senate of the 13th of May 2009 specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. Witnesses are specifically reminded that a statement that information or a document is confidential or consists of advice to government is not a statement that meets the requirement of the 2009 order. Instead, witnesses are required to provide some specific indication of the harm to the public interest that could result from the disclosure of the information or document. An officer called upon for the first time to answer a question should state their full name and position for the Hansard record, and witnesses should speak clearly into the microphone. Please make sure all mobile phones are switched off or turned to silent. I remind senators and witnesses that microphones remain live unless I instruct otherwise, for example at suspension or adjournment. I would ask photographers and camera operators to follow the established media guidelines and the instructions of the Committee Secretariat. As set out in the guidelines, senators and witnesses' laptops, mobile phones, other devices and personal papers are not to be filmed or photographed. The committee's proceedings today will examine the social services portfolio, beginning with the Department of Social Services whole of portfolio corporate matters. Today's hearing will follow the order as set out in the circulated program, although I'll discuss that shortly. The committee's scheduled break times are listed in the program or as required. Senators, departments and agencies have been provided with advice on the arrangements in place to ensure that estimates hearings are conducted in a safe environment. The committee appreciates the cooperation of all attendees in adhering to these arrangements. I now welcome Minister for Families and Social Services and Minister for Women's Safety, Senator the Honourable Anne Ruston. I also welcome the Secretary of the Department of Social Services, Mr Ray Griggs. Would either of you like to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Chair.
Chair, I'd just like to acknowledge you're on the Northern Country and pay my respects to Elders past, present and emerging, and extend that respect to any Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander senators and witnesses here today, and just restate what I said last week. We still have a number of key people unavailable through a variety of reasons, including illness. So I just
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And as you will have been made aware, we're aware that some of the times today will vary, so we have given you an indication of what we think will happen. However, things could change during the day, and we're also aware we may have to look at swapping outcome 2 and 3, but we're just working through that at the moment, depending on times of outcome 1. But we do think we'll stick fairly closely to the timeframes as the day goes through. But we'll be in touch throughout the day with that.
Thanks, Chair.
So we will start first of all with whole of portfolio and corporate matters, and Senator Rice has some questions.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks. I want to go to table 3.4 in the DSS portfolio budget statements, which is the budgeted departmental statement of cash flows, and just noting that across multiple items there's a decrease over the forward estimates, both in terms of cash spent on employees and cash spent on suppliers. So I'm just wanting to get a bit of an explanation in general terms about that decrease.
Was that 3.4?
3.4.
Thank you, Senator.
So Andrew Harvey, Chief Finance Officer. I'm just turning to the page. Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Basically, just noting that across the forwards that the expenditure goes down in each year. So, the appropriations expenditure.
Oh.
Yep.
So that is just the way budgets often work. So we have a number of programs that are funded for 1 or 2 years, and then we go back to government for further funding. So specifically, there are things like redress, goes back every now and then, cashless debit card, things like that. And you'll see in earlier tables in page 20, when we get measures, which is towards the start, they'll show the profile, and often it's for 1 or 2 years.
Okay, so basically you're saying that what's in the forward estimates for the last 2 years, that you will end up spending more than that?
No, not necessarily, but it's subject to us coming back to it's subject to future decisions of government.
Right. So, I mean, just looking at that, though, sort of, say if you just look at the appropriations, so we've got 447 estimated in the next financial year compared with 373 when you go out to 25-26, which is a significant drop-off. Are you, and, in terms of money spent on employees, similarly, 293,000, or 293 down to 254. So is there, are there things in particular that you are expecting to be doing less of?
Not beyond what I've just said. So we have a level of core funding, like all government departments, and then we get funded for specific additional activities, and that's what you're seeing drop away in the budget estimates.
So there are no programs that are being transferred out or ending or anything like that? Okay. Thank you. My next questions I'm going to try here, and let's see whether you're happy to answer them here. One which I've got an article from SBS that I'd like to table, which I raised in employment last week and was told that it was actually a Disability Employment Services issue, which was about an article about a job agent caught on camera blaming a job seeker for unemployment. And the article says that the department are doing an investigation. So basically, I just wanted to find out what the department is indeed doing, whether it's aware of the video that this article covers. Basically, we've got a job agent from Wise Employment in South Australia caught blaming a client for their unemployment and being incredibly condescending. So just wanted to know what the department is in fact doing about this.
So I'll just get Ms Mitchell to come up. I'm not familiar with this.
Mitchell, Deputy Secretary, Disabilities and Carers. Thank you for your question, Senator Rice. Yes, we are aware of the issue and we are investigating and endeavouring to make contact with the appropriate people. I can't say any more than that, except that we are very aware of it and we're endeavouring to get the facts.
So this article was published, 6 weeks ago now? So what's the department done so far?
So we have, I would have to take further advice from our fraud and compliance team and others, but we have endeavoured to make contact with that particular person, as I understand, and I'm not sure that we've been able to have contact with that person just yet.
And what action have you taken with Wise Employment?
I'll have to take that on notice, Senator Rice.
So you're not aware of any actions?
I am aware, but I would need to be very clear about what action we've taken.
Okay,
I don't
so
have it in front of me.
There has been some action taken? You've been in contact with Wise Employment?
Absolutely.
Right. And I mean, without asking you for an opinion, what's the department's views on the behaviour which is outlined in this article?
Well, we would condone any behaviour that has been reported like that towards any person with a disability. There's not much more I can say about that, Senator Rice. If it is a true allegation, then it's unacceptable.
Okay. Do you have a timeline as to when you'll be finalising any investigation?
No, sorry, I don't.
And are you aware of any actions that Wise Employment have taken after being aware of this video?
I'm not, but I may be able to get back to you on that during the course of the day.
It might be useful if we revisited this during Outcome 3 when other officers were here. If it is an Outcome 3 matter.
I know.
And I don't know if that works.
I'm trying to streamline my day and not have to come back for Outcome 3.
I guess that, but I just don't have the particular officer here who I think could assist you a bit more.
All right, okay. Look, I'll
we
see
can
whether I
either do
make
it-
it back.
Put it on notice.
Or we can
when
do,
we're
we
ready to
can,
hand
we
start
can
it.
take it on notice and try and read it back in if that's all right.
Does that work if you're not here? If we could just get the answer back then?
Yes, okay. I mean, and essentially, I want to know, in general, what's happening with
Yeah,
this
understood.
specifics, but in specifically what's happening with this specifics, but in general, so I would be interested to know what actions, in the light of this, but also, as you said, Ms Mitchell, you were very concerned about actions such as this. I mean, what activities the department is taking to ensure that job agencies and their staff aren't demonising people on income support.
No, well, we have comprehensive monitoring and management programs, Senator Rice, but I think, as our Secretary has indicated, it would be best if we come back when I have the right officer in the room who has been involved in the investigation process.
Okay. All right. Look, the final one I just wanted to raise here, and again, in terms of streamlining my day, and essentially it's a question for you, Minister. Last week I referred to a constituent who, on the basics card, who I'd written to you about, and you replied that you thought that things had been settled. Are you aware, and is the department aware, that that constituent, that person is still homeless, is still sleeping in their car, and it's not resolved?
Senator, as I said to you last week, and as I've always said, and I said to your predecessor who always took me up on the offer, that if you have particular situations that are referred to your office about individuals who find themselves in particular circumstances, we are always happy to take those issues on. Your predecessor didn't come in here and seek to politicise them in estimates. If the matter has not been resolved, then I am more than happy to address it again. My understanding from the advice that I had received, and I have had nothing to change that, was that the matter had been resolved. But I'm more than happy to take it offline. I'm not going to discuss an individual circumstance in here, but I would extend very clearly that offer to you. Please, Senator, if you get individual circumstances, don't bring them in here, bring them to my office. And if you find my response unsatisfactory, that's fine. But at least give me the opportunity to do it. As I said, my understanding was it's been resolved. I'm happy if your constituent...
I respect that, and I had contacted your office, and the reason I'm bringing it up here again is because the response that you gave me last week was that your understanding had been resolved, and us then getting back in contact with his constituent, they said, no, they're still homeless, they're still sleeping in their car. So there is a bit of a disconnect between what you are being told is occurring and what the actual reality on the ground is for people who are trying to survive on a basics card and not able to access cash to pay rent.
Yeah, well, Senator, that is not correct. The matter that you can pay your rent with the basics card and with the cashless debit card. I'm more than happy for your...
the issue, as you know, with this person is because they are out of the area where the basics card was issued.
Well,
and they have
Senator,
shifted interstate, and then it's causing problems for people.
Well, Senator, there are mechanisms by which that this can be resolved, and I'm more than happy to do so directly with your client.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
But I think that's the end of whole of portfolio and corporate matters, and we'll now move on to outcome one. So we'll go to Senator Grogan.
I'd like to ask a few questions about the workforce incentive reforms for pensioners and the bill that was introduced into the lower house in February, I believe. Now, Minister, I might start with you. The second reading speech, are you familiar with the legislation?
The names are often not necessarily... So which bill are you referring to? You're referring to the Pensioner Equity Access Scheme, or are you referring to...
So the Social Services Legislation Amendment Workforce Incentive Bill.
That's the pension... Is that...
That's the one to waive the 2-year...
The healthcare
to extend the 2-year...
extend the... so
they stay on the pension, maintain your pension status, suspended for 2 years, and you keep your healthcare card for 2 years.
Correct.
Yep. An excellent reform.
I think so too.
And one that I believe the stakeholders were very keen to see. Now, the second reading speech stated it would start on the 1st of April 2022, which was obviously last week. But the legislation hasn't passed.
Well, it has now. It passed last week, didn't it?
No, it didn't.
Okay, well, if it...
It wasn't included in any of the guillotines, which surprised me anyway.
Okay, hang on. Well, if it doesn't pass the Parliament, it cannot become legislation, so obviously it remains in the other place.
So is why was it not put through? Because my understanding is it was supported, and there was swathes of bills put through, as always happens towards the end of the Parliament, to make sure things are passed. It was not included in any of those agreements. I'm wondering if there was a reason for that.
No, not from our side, no. Perhaps that may be a question that's better directed to others. But certainly I would have loved to have seen it gone through, because as you rightly point out, I think it's a great reform. But if it doesn't pass through the Houses for whatever reason, the determination of either chamber, then...
Yeah, well, I suppose it's got to be put there first, hasn't it? I mean, because it was introduced on the 10th of February, I believe. And given that it's a fully supported bill, you would imagine, well, it totally had the ability to make it through the House and the Senate in the available sitting days, particularly because there were guillotine actions happening in both houses to make sure that important bills did pass. So I'm not sure why it didn't get included, if there was some issue, although the first reading speech seemed quite robust and keen and actually stated that it was going to start on the 1st of April this year.
Well, I mean, clearly we would have liked to have got through, but, you know, in the negotiations of the final sitting week of the Parliament, obviously it didn't get through, which is unfortunate, but clearly we will continue to pursue it because it is super important.
So, because one of the things about this bill, of course, is we have a range of businesses in Australia struggling to find workers and a range of pensioners who are keen to do some extra work. So there's a significant number of businesses who could have benefited from this reform. And given that there was no objection to it, given that it is a good reform, there's a lot of people who are quite disappointed. I'm wondering if you feel like you owe an apology to those pensioners, the organisations, the advocates that were assured that it was going to pass, and those businesses for whom...
Senator, we remain absolutely committed to this reform. We think it's a good reform, and I'm glad that you think it's a good reform as well. You know, it did not come out of the other place to enable it to be put in the guillotine in the Senate, or even for that matter to be debated in the Senate. That is the process of this place. I can't comment on you know what happens in the House of Representatives, but I will absolutely state again and again and again that we're committed to this bill. We think it's good reform, and you know we would hope to see it passed as soon as the Parliament resumes.
Because while you are indeed in the Senate, you are the Minister for Family and Social Services, so what happens in the other place is indeed of your concern, given that it's your bill.
Well, of course, all my bills are of my concern, but I don't manage the business of the other place. I manage the business of the Senate.
But surely you have an influence in terms of the pathway of your bills.
Well, Senator, when you get into to government one day, in the very distant future, then you will understand how the operation of bills. You know, everybody thinks their bills are tremendously important. I think my bill was very important. But you know, there are priorities that get put on, and there are also negotiations that occur between parties about you know what gets listed and what doesn't, and what gets passed and what doesn't. So I remain committed to the bill, and I can absolutely assure anybody who's listening that we are committed to providing those reforms, those very important and sensible reforms that you agree are sensible and good reforms.
Yeah, it still surprises me as a non-controversial bill that everyone was supporting why it wasn't included in any of the tranche of bills passed in the final week of the Parliament. So maybe I could ask the department, how long has the development of that bill been underway? Like, when was it first put forward?
Troy Sloan, Acting Deputy Secretary, Social Security. Senator, my memory of that is that it was a MyEFO announcement, so that and from there, so that's sort of work around MyEFO happens, you know, October, November in that range, and then obviously the bill Once a decision is made, we work on the bill, but the exact dates, you're testing my memory of when bills were drafted and so forth, so I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay, so it was committed to in MyEFO 2021?
Correct.
Okay. Again, I'm just very surprised that if it was committed to, the work had been done, it was committed to in MyEFO, we've been through a budget and it was non-controversial and it still hasn't passed. Do you have any sense, Mr Sloan, of any challenges with that bill?
Senator, I would say that the bill was introduced. That's all I can really
Yep.
say.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I just think it's really disappointing. It's such a good reform, and now it's going to have to wait till after the election to pass, when we are in a situation where we have employers out there who really could do with the extra workforce and pensioners who'd love to be part of that workforce.
Well, Senator, I would point out that there are a number of incentives that are in place for people to be able to take up work when they're on the pension, age pension. There is a $300 work bonus, which means that pensioners are able to earn $300 before their pension is affected at all. And thereafter it's a sliding scale before they actually lose their pension. Currently it's 13 weeks, is it? How many weeks? 12 weeks. Yeah, so you can actually report what we call a nil return for 6 periods before there's any impact. And certainly, we would be encouraging employers and older Australians who'd like to make a contribution that there already are provisions in place to support them. $7,800 a pensioner can earn, an age pensioner can earn in a year before of working income, as opposed to general income. There's another $182 of general, another $180 a fortnight. So it's about 12. Mr. Sloan, add the numbers up. $12,000, I think, that somebody on the age pension can earn before their pension is impacted in a 12-month period. But I'm more than happy to provide you with those additional incentives. But
no, I am familiar with those additional incentives. I think the genesis for this change is one of the biggest disincentives for pensioners is losing their healthcare card, because as we age, things kind of break down a little, and people often are very dependent upon their healthcare card. So having that waived for 2 years so they can hold on to it and still do some work is really important. And the issue of
that's why we made the amendment, made the changes, and put the legislation into the Parliament. Because
indeed, but putting it in is one thing, passing it is another. It was a non-controversial bill. It should have passed.
Well, it should have. But it didn't.
Any other questions in outcome 1? Senator Ciccone?
Over to you.
Okay, we'll give you
I
the
just
call.
want to matter actually on the cashless debit card.
Yep.
Thank you, Chair. Could you just confirm for me, is it the case that 47% of the CDC card holders are people of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander?
I'll get Ms Heffron Webb to make sure that
Thanks, Minister.
statistics are correct. So we've finished with outcome 1, are we?
No, we're on. This is still outcome 1.
Outcome 2.
Oh, 2, is it? Sorry, my apologies. Sorry.
Is that all we've got in
Wow.
outcome 1?
Sailing through this, aren't we?
We're a bit heavier in outcome 3. I'll just be
We've
really
got a
honest
few in
with you
outcome
case
2 as
people
well
get
of
too
our own.
excited.
Yeah,
that's all good.
exactly.
So just to clarify then, because I don't think any other senators were coming in for outcome 1, so in which case we've now completed outcome 1 and we'll move into outcome 2. You better check, thank you. So we might just need... Fair enough. So we've now moved into outcome 2, so I'll now hand the chair.
Thank you. Anyway, I'm not sure if you heard my question, Deputy Secretary, but would you be able to just confirm that figure for me?
Liz Heffron, Deputy Secretary, Families and Communities. Yes, 47% is accurate.
I guess then, Minister, what do you say about the perception that the program disproportionately targets people of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander background?
Well, Senator, I'm not sure if you're aware of the genesis of this particular program. It came about when communities came forward and requested the program. It wasn't something that was, that we determined where the program went. It was on the basis of, particularly in the first 3 sites, which was around the Ceduna area in South Australia, the Kimberleys in Western Australia, and also around the Goldfields and Kalgoorlie in Western Australia. The first 3 sites, when they came forward, actually, it was the community leaders and the community that came forward and requested that we trial this particular form of support to help people who were struggling to try and stabilise their lives and become work ready. So the decisions came from the community, not from the government.
And how many people are currently on the CDC?
So I believe we tabled some information on this for the Senate, but it's 17,048 people as at the 25th of February 2022.
And out of that, how many communities are there currently?
So it currently operates in across the Northern Territory, in Cape York communities, Bundaberg and Hervey Bay, Goldfields, East Kimberley and Ceduna.
And how many Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people have applied to get off the card?
I'm just checking if I have that.
Good morning, Senator. Patrick Burford, Group Manager.
Have you got that figure?
Yes, I do.
Oh, excellent.
Thank you. Sorry, was just
That's all right.
getting through this giant folder. So as at 25th of February, we've received 2,807 exit applications.
Yep.
Close to 600 of those applications have been approved for exit. More than 905 applications were not approved for exit, and 1,200 were closed or withdrawn.
All right, that's good. I was about to ask how many were successful, so thank you for that breakdown. Is the government still committed to the national rollout?
The government is absolutely committed to supporting vulnerable Australians. We currently are working with the Northern Territory, having successfully transitioned people in Cape York from the Basics card onto the CDC, and we're now working in the Northern Territory to support the opportunity for people in the Northern Territory who are on the Basics card to be able to get the more universally accessible, usable card. And we continue to work with the 4 sites around Australia about making sure that we continue to provide them with the support for their communities that they're asking for. That is our policy as we sit here today.
What's the timing? Have you got a timing?
Timing. Well, currently the legislation in relation to the sites expires at the end of 2022, so we'll be seeking to come back to the Parliament in relation to what happens in the trial sites post 2022, So, I mean, I suppose one of the things that the Australian public really probably need to know coming into, the clear decision and choice that they have to make in May is what the alternative government is suggesting they're going to do. We've seen on a number of posts on websites and the like that the Labor Party is intending to scrap the cashless debit card, and I'm assuming
that's not my question, Minister.
Yeah. But I think this is the really important part. We are committed to supporting communities who have income management to make sure that they are providing the more vulnerable in their community with the supports that they need to deal with some of the reasons why they are vulnerable, to address those barriers so that they are able to be work ready, and we continue to remain absolutely committed to that. And I think, one of the things that we absolutely do need is to understand what the alternative government intends to do, what sort of consultation has been undertaken in relation to the position that has been put on the record by a number of your colleagues around this particular card.
And there'll be appropriate forums for that discussion too. I know we'll be keen to talk about that once the election's called very soon.
Well, I think it's a very important thing. But the other thing too I would like to just put on the record while we are talking about this is that telling lies to age pensioners
Chair,
is a
just as a point of
completely
order, that
and
wasn't my
utterly
question.
despicable
If we can
thing
get back
Senator,
to
be doing.
the question that was
Okay.
actually asked of the
And
Minister.
Please let the minister, if not, I will ask the question afterwards. So let the answer happen, otherwise I will
the
ask it
Minister's
afterwards.
deviating from the question that was put.
Okay, well, in that case, I'll come back and ask some
Well,
clarifying
I do think the
questions.
Australian public need to know, and particularly these communities that have been supported by this particular program, need to know whether it's going to just be ripped out and there'll be no support for the people who are currently being supported through these programs. I think that it is absolutely relevant to the line of questioning.
All right, well,
Senator
let's get
Stoney.
back to the line of questions. There was a question on notice SQ22112, which advised that the CDC Technology Working Group met twice recently. I just want to know how many times has this group met in total? Working through your big folder.
Sorry, Senator. So, Senator, the Technology Working Group first met on the 19th of February 2020, continued to meet each month to the 19th of August 2020. Continues to meet quarterly, having met 12 times in total. To specifically answer your question, the last meeting was on the 24th of February.
Okay, so is the work completed now? Or is it ongoing?
It is ongoing work as we roll out product level blocking technology. We are keen to understand some of the difficulties merchants are having using the technology, how the banks are going and rolling out their the FPOS side of the transactions, and so it's useful intel as we go in terms of the rollout.
All right. There's another Quan. Sorry, same Quan, I think it is too. Just wanted to ask, are the costs for holding the group's meeting coming from the branch's budget?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And what's the total cost to date for establishing and managing the group?
So the meetings are almost entirely virtual, so Teams meetings. So the costs that we don't have a separate delineation of the costs because they're incurred in the normal course of the operation of the program.
All right.
So
And what's the total cost to date of Inju administering the CDC from the first, from the start of the first trial until March 2022?
So I believe we did provide on notice the costs of the procurement with Inju. I'm just trying to find.
Okay.
As at 28th of February, Senator, the total contract expenditure for Inju is $60,390,692.
Does that include the initial establishment costs?
The original build contract, Senator, was the spend on that part was $2,870,675. So that is in addition to that 60 million figure I read out.
All right.
Chair, just following on from Senator Coney's line of questioning, the cashless debit card is a form of income management. Previously, there was the Basics card, which I think, as the name would suggest, it was a reasonably basic form of income management, which required, the person who was on the Basics card to go through, a particular terminal line. You couldn't use it with a normal FPOS machine. What we have sought to do in coming into government is to make sure that we are, improving the user experience, because we want to help people who find themselves, in difficulties. So I think, what I suppose I'm interested to know, is there some problem with us trying to improve the user experience? Are you questioning why we would be investing in making sure that the experience of the person who is on these kinds of income management supports would be able to have as good an experience as they possibly can to make sure that the outcomes that we're seeking to deliver are able to be delivered?
Well, I guess I'm the one who gets asked the questions, don't I? But anyway, I'll continue
These
on
are
my line of
questions that
questioning.
we'd be really
Minister.
delighted to hear the answers to going into the into the election because, there is a clear choice here, and I'd just be very interested to know
And as I
what your
said,
position
there'll be
is.
other forums for us to have this discussion, Minister. Can I just turn to another Quan, 114? The department advised that the current contract of Indue expires at the end of December of this year. What does that mean for the program? Does that finish, or is the department looking at extending that beyond that date?
So I think the Minister said a minute ago that the legislation for the cashless debit card
Yes, because there's a sunset
currently
date.
ceases.
Yep.
Yeah, so at this stage, once we know what the future arrangements are for cashless debit card, and we have a legislative pathway, we will be
So the department hasn't been
looking
asked
to-
to prepare any work for the department, for the government about post the end of the year for the program?
we undertake a range of policy work,
All right.
Senator.
Could I ask about the cashless welfare policy and technology branch's budget? What's the total cost for operating the branch from the time the CDC was first established through to 30 June of this year?
Ask Mr. Burford.
Senator, I'm just trying to confirm, this is 2021 information.
Yep.
So I could take on those if you want a historical estimate. We have 2 branches in my group that look after cashless welfare policy, a policy and technology branch which you asked about. They operate of a personnel ASL expenditure of 2.157 million. That's the year-to-date expenditure for this current financial year up until the end of January. Again, supplier cost of 61,000, contractors cost of 1.8 million. I'm sorry, I didn't have the total here. I can quickly calculate that if that's helpful.
About 4 million.
Thank you,
$4
boss.
million? That's all right. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Griggs. All right. For the cashless welfare engagement and support services branch, what's the total cost for operating on that branch?
Sure. It's again, ASL expenditure there is about 2.4 million, and contractors are another 173,000, and supply costs of another 125. So again, that would put it around the 2.7 million dollars.
All right.
Yep.
Can I turn to another Quan, number 100, which advised that as of the 31st of December last year, there were 5,651 open Indue accounts, which have been maintained by Centrelink with no social services payments being deposited. Is that correct? From what was provided? So you've got these accounts with no payments being deposited?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the department advises that is the case that 88% of the accounts were being used to make transactions, or does that mean that there are around 700 accounts, I think 678 accounts not being used at all? They're just dormant.
So those accounts may relate to people who are temporarily off payment, so that people may have taken up work and no longer be on the cashless debit card because they're no longer in receipt of social security payments. So the account may be dormant for that reason.
Senator, to extend on that, and this is particularly important as we roll out the alternate option for people in the Northern Territory with the traditional credit union, we do monitor transactions, and if we see a period of time for people that should be and have their card activated, which we can monitor, but we don't see any transactions, we can do follow-up through Services Australia and other shopfront on-the-ground people to find out what's happening with that individual, if it's a card issue or there's another reason why they're not making transactions with the card.
Yeah, because I think there was a phrase in there that said being used to make transactions, so it's just, I wasn't sure what that meant, but if these are dormant, how are they making transactions?
They're still active, aren't they?
I'm not sure.
And I guess at what point does the department ask for these accounts to be closed? Or do they remain open for a set period if they're dormant?
I just prefer to take that on notice, Senator.
All right. And yeah, I guess why, if you could also take on notice why you haven't closed the other 678 accounts? Everyone else? Good. I might leave it there for now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So we'll just do some clarifications around the cashless debit card. It's something that's been a topic of conversation in this place, in these estimates for many years. Minister, first of all, are you aware if the Labor Party has consulted with communities regarding the cashless debit card?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator.
Okay. Perhaps if Mr Burford would like to actually go through what consultation has been undertaken with communities and stakeholders, it might be worth putting that on the record.
Thank you, Senator. I'll first of all just start with the current consultations underway at the moment.
Yep,
We
that'd
have
be
staff
great.
out in the field right now in communities.
Okay.
We've selected 14 communities where traditional credit union have a presence. And so our staff, along with Traditional Credit Union and where Services Australia, Centrelink office is there, they also attend, and they're working through, we have translated fact sheets about, so people can make informed choice about if they want to move from the income management and basic card onto the cashless debit card. And so
that's translation fact sheets. How many languages is that translated?
14 languages.
14.
I do have copies here, Senator, if
Okay.
you'd like me to table those.
That would
I
be
could go through the
interesting.
languages if that's helpful.
Yep, thank you.
Okay. This will test me.
It's a big pack, that one.
I beg your pardon? This one? No, that's right. Just this little one here, Senator, and I'm happy to table that. So, and as all translation efforts, you try to maximise the language reach, and so we did analysis on the footprint of certain languages across the Northern Territory. So we have 14 languages across the Northern Territory. We have Amanya, Aranda, Burra, Gunwingu, Modern Tiwi, Modern Pata, Northern Creole, Pintupi, Luricha, Pitjantjatjara, Tiwi, Warlpiri, Warramunga and Yolngu Matha. And so that was engaged a consultant to actually do that translation for us. Again, that plus also TCU staff who can speak language,
Yep.
who are from community, will work with people to make sure they've got some informed choice about about what they can do with the card, how they set it up, and hopefully try to make that as seamless as possible. So to date, for example, we've got, last time I testified, 2 instances ago, we were about 200 people that are selected Traditional Credit Union. We're over 400 now. And that includes 60 volunteers that haven't been on either income management or cashless debit card.
So 60 volunteers have gone onto the card.
That's right, that wasn't
Okay.
transitioned, so, yep.
Excellent. Thank you.
Senator,
sorry?
I might just be able to clarify the matter of the accounts where there's no social security payments coming in.
Yep.
I think, Senator Ciccone, you were referencing that 88% of these accounts are still being used to make transactions. So people can still have funds in those accounts even if they've gone off payment and can still be using the funds in those accounts.
So they're not actually dormant, they
They're
are
not
still active
dormant.
accounts.
No.
It's just a transaction account,
No,
normal,
it's just that
normal
they're-
everyday transaction
Because they're
account.
no longer on payment, hopefully they've got a job,
Yeah.
but they are still able to use the account.
But would that still be limited to what they could purchase with it? That's a good question, actually.
Well, they
Cash
can
debit
use,
card
use
So
restrictions.
it's
yes.
just still, so
Yeah.
it still has that debit code, so that
But it
makes sense.
allows them,
Yep.
if they had money in the
That's
account,
right.
they don't have to immediately, draw down that money. They can use it as they choose.
Okay, one final question. I
Sorry,
don't know if-
just want to clarify
yeah.
one, Chair, if it's all right. Just so, are any of those accounts, the individuals seek an exemption at all, at any stage, for the account to...
We haven't cross-referenced that data, Senator.
You don't, or you...
No, well, we haven't specifically cross-referenced exemptions with this data we've provided about accounts. They're not dormant accounts, they're accounts where no deposit's been received from Centrelink for 6 months. We would have to do a specific data matching
You don't know?
exercise.
Okay. Is that
Yeah.
something you could take on notice, the exemption?
We'll take it on notice.
Yeah. Sorry,
No,
Chair,
excellent.
thank
No
you.
worries. I just had one other question in regard to the cost per participant. Is it something that it's, I suppose, been reducing, or is it stable cost, or is it going up? What sort of price is there, or cost is
So
there
the
per
cost per
participant?
participant are reducing as the number of people on the card increases because of the significant start-up costs. So costs per participant are around $1,100 per person, but for example in Bundaberg and Hervey Bay they're around $850 per person. So where we have a larger concentration of people, the cost per participant does go down.
Yeah, thank you. And just finally, just before I hand on to Senator Smith, who's got some questions, regarding misinformation that's out in the community, Minister, can you categorically rule out that whether or not forcing aged pensioners to the CDC is something that's been considered?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. And absolutely, this government and I categorically say to any aged pensioner, they will never be forced by this government onto a cashless debit card. We've said that time and time again, but for some reason, it pains me that people in this place would seek to terrify older Australians by providing them. I mean, this is not just a interpretation. This is a straight-out lie that they know is a lie, and they are providing information through letterboxing, on social media, on their Facebook pages, saying something that they know is absolutely not true. We have said it, and I have said it many, many times. This government will never force aged pensioners onto the cashless debit card. I don't know how much clearer I can be than that. And in fact, back in late last year, when the legislation in relation to the extension and for the Northern Territory to the voluntary program to seek to give people in the Northern Territory the opportunity to move from the basics card onto the more functional CDC, one of the crossbench senators moved an amendment that actually explicitly and categorically stated that no aged pensioner could be forced onto the cashless debit card. We voted with that crossbencher. The Labor Party voted against it. So, it's not just a lie. It's in rank hypocrisy that we would have a situation where a number of members of this particular parliament are perpetuating these lies, up to as senior a person as Mr Miles, who is actually on his website, on his Facebook page, actually said that, perpetuating this lie. I find it extraordinary that you could actually stoop so low as to lie to older Australians and scare them in pursuit of a vote. It is just extraordinary.
Excellent. That's pretty clear. Thank you, Minister. Senator Smith's got some questions in this category as well.
Do you have a list of Labor members and senators that are posting these lies on their Facebook page?
I can certainly get that for you, Senator
That'd be
Smith.
great. I'm assuming it's not Senator Ciccone or Senator Grogan.
To the best of my knowledge, neither of them have, and I would hope that they wouldn't now that I've categorically given you...
Senate estimates for that information. Don't you two talk?
But I mean, like, now I have given you that absolutely categorical guarantee again. I would hope that you wouldn't be posting something on any of your media that was lies.
But Senator Ciccone might like to ring his colleagues just to let them know that the matter's been put to bed at this Senate estimates.
Again.
And encourage them to pull it down.
That's your opinion.
Are you saying that the minister's not telling the truth about the government's position?
This government doesn't tell the truth on a lot of things, Senator.
The minister just made it very, very clear that the government does not have any intention, no plans to put aged pensioners on the cashless debit card. That's what the minister just said.
We'll believe it when we see it.
Sorry? Did you not hear it?
Oh, I heard it. Don't worry.
You heard it. You don't believe it.
Well, I'll believe it when I see it. Look forward to the information that's tabled.
Senator Ciccone, I will
You will not
categorically
see it.
say you will not see it because we are not going to do it. And, if you would like me to walk outside and not have the privilege of the protections of this particular room, I'm happy to walk outside and say it as well, Senator Ciccone. And I'm also prepared to say outside of this room that some of your colleagues are lying to older Australians. And I'm happy to go outside of this room and say that.
Anyway, Senator Smith, did you have other questions?
I do, yes. I'd just like to turn to the matter of communities.
Chair, can
sorry.
I also request that Senator Ciccone withdraw the accusation that I'm a liar?
Yeah. The insinuation was there. So
I didn't say that.
Well, I've just asked you to reflect on your comments.
Well, Senator Ciccone,
I'll have a look
are
at
you
the
prepared to say
Hansard,
that you
but
do not
I
believe
didn't
that
say
I'm
that.
lying? Senator, it would be nice.
I wouldn't want to offend you, Senator, Minister, but if it helps the chair, happy
Thank
to.
you.
But
Thank you.
I'll look at the
Appreciate
record,
that.
but I'm pretty sure I didn't say or
Don't
accuse
think you used
the
the
Minister
word,
of
but there
lying,
certainly
by
was
the
an
way,
inflection
too.
there that you may have done. So thank you very much for that. Appreciate it. Senator Smith, back to
Thank
your
you very
line of
much.
questions.
I just want to turn to the matter of community support package program and how it's being used to support and provide relief across New South Wales and Queensland following the devastating floods. Am I correct in assuming that $200 million has been provided through the community support package?
Well, Senator, there are three elements to the community support package. There is the base funding that's provided to 300 organisations across Australia to deliver the kind of support services under the Financial Wellbeing and Capability Program that the department runs at all times. So that's $300 million across the forwards, and it's for things like financial counselling support, mental health support, and the like. What we did through COVID was we put in place an additional $200 million support package and established the National Coordination Group, which is the people on that group are the heads of the major organisations that provide emergency relief, food relief, financial counselling, the kind of services that sit under that program on an ongoing basis. And that additional $200 million was, and the advice around the expenditure of that money and the application of that money was advised by that particular group, as well as the government area coordinators that we had out on the ground, making sure that we were getting real-time information about the demands, the increase and change of demands in various areas around Australia, because, as you would know well, Senator, the experiences in some parts of Australia were quite different to others during the pandemic. And then on the back of the really horrific recent floods that we've seen in Queensland and southern Queensland and northern New South Wales, in addition to this, the $200 million that is still on foot in this financial year, we immediately put another $25 million into those areas to make sure that they had additional bolstered support. And at the moment, we are working with the National Coordination Group to make sure that that money is being targeted to the areas that are requiring the additional supports out on the ground.
So just to make sure that I'm clear, so $300 million for the Financial Wellbeing and Capability Program, which runs over 3 years to 2023.
Mm-hmm.
On top of that, the $200 million community support package, which is supporting 300 charity and community organisations, provide various disaster relief.
And COVID-related.
And COVID-related. And then on top of that, $25 million specific flood support for New South Wales and Queensland?
Correct.
Great. And can you just explain to us how the National Coordination Group works and whether or not there is state and territory cooperation?
The National Coordination Group was put together last in 2020 to respond to COVID, to make sure that we had the major players around the table. It's made up of many of the larger providers like Anglicare, St Vincent de Paul, the Salvation Army, but it also has food relief on there, so we have Food Bank is represented on there, and also financial counselling, so Financial Counselling Australia, and a number of other organisations who provide direct advice to me and to the department around where they were seeing the particular demands and what those demands were. So we worked with them, and then of course we work with the states and territories to make sure that we're providing the support that they need in their particular areas. But what we did put in place, as I mentioned in my previous answer, were these government area coordinators, because we wanted to make sure that we had real-time advice out on the ground that was reporting back into the agency. And we have seen, I think, a tremendous result as a result of working together of the government area coordinators, the coordination group, and their networks out across the ground as well as through the department. So much so that we've extended the remit of this particular group because they are providing us with such fantastic advice. But we immediately went in there and used these organisations because they go straight to the coalface. So we didn't have to go necessarily through the state and territory governments. We were able to direct fund in there because these organisations already had a relationship with us through our existing program. And so I think, it did give us the opportunity to be able to provide this support in a really timely way.
So what is the benefit that derives from being able to sort of perhaps reduce or streamline the lines of communication between what's happening at the community level to what's happening at the ministerial and departmental level to ensure that decisions and reactions are being fed through the system as quickly as possible?
Senator, we get a lot more real-time information, essentially. So all our emergency relief providers report to the department monthly on demand for their services, but the National Coordination Group, which meets fortnightly usually, but weekly when it's in a kind of a crisis period, we're essentially getting advice, for example, from St Vincent de Paul about the experience of their local outlets and providers in Lismore and Mullumbimby and places like that. So we're getting very much a kind of a real-time sense about the demand, the situation, the kinds of issues people are raising when they come in for assistance. So it just helps make sure our advice to the Minister is a lot more contemporary and I guess more fleshed out. It's not just raw data, we also can kind of give some context and, around it. I'll also just add, I think you asked about state territory governments. Each of our state offices convenes a local coordination group that feeds up to the National Coordination Group, and state territory governments are represented on those local coordination groups as well. So we kind of are getting input from a range of places.
And the local coordination groups, the state and territory based ones, meet with the same frequency as the national, the weekly?
They do. Mm-hmm. And, in times of flood, they might even meet more than once a week, just when things are really, when there's a local crisis or a particular situation.
Do you have any comments to make in regards to the effectiveness and responsiveness of non-government organisations in responding to natural disasters in Australia?
Look, our experience in working with the non-government organisations and particularly those that sit on the National Coordination Group has been exceptional. And I think that they really have provided an opportunity for us to be able to deliver the funding and the services on the ground in a way that is really quite efficient and effective. And it also provides us with the opportunity to be able to see what's really happening and to determine a much more demand-driven type initiative than previously. And in a lot of instances, you would see a sort of a population-based distribution. What we've been able to see through the use of the National Coordination Group and our on the ground and this mechanism that Ms Heffernan-Rev described is an ability to actually target the support where it's needed, and that was particularly evident through COVID, when you were seeing experiences in places like Victoria that were significantly different to the experiences in your home state of Western Australia.
So the ability to target, does that also mean the ability to redirect resources to where they're most needed?
Probably, I wouldn't use the word or the term redirect, but it means what we did through the National Coordination Group was that we had the funding pool that we were successful in getting, the 200 million, in this next case the 25 million, and so we allocated the funding, whether it be to financial counselling services, food relief, emergency relief, on the basis of the advice that we were getting back in from that group. So it was a case of we didn't allocate all the money, we actually waited for the coordination group to come to us and say, we think that additional support is needed in these particular areas, and they'd give us a quantum of what they thought, and then we would sign it off and provide that funding directly on the back of that advice. So it was a different way of doing it, and I think it has been, highly successful and something that we certainly would be looking into the future. Of course, the base funding remains in place. I mean, we understand that there is a general need across the whole of Australia, and that's where the 300 providers come in. But in these unfortunate and exceptional circumstances that we've seen our country go through over the last couple of years, it has given us another mechanism of targeting.
So the membership of the local coordination group, does that reflect the membership of the national coordination group, or might you have organisations that only have a state presence on the local coordination group and different organisations on the national coordination group, if you understand? Yep.
Yeah, essentially it's the state-based bodies. It can kind of bring in a wider range of voices than just those who have a national footprint, and yes, does include some who operate at a state base or even a regional base. So there's some organisations that operate in particular regions that that sit on that group as well. So it ensures we've got a diversity of voices and information coming through.
Great, thank you.
The other set as well.
Mm-hmm. Can
Oh, do you want to Senator
have some
Grogan?
questions?
Thank you.
I'll go to Senator Grogan.
come
I'd
back
like to
me,
talk
yeah.
about the National Redress Scheme. People there. I wonder if I could, first of all, get an update on the number of applicants and the number of outcomes.
Senator, before we go there, could I just, I don't know whether you've noticed on our website, but on the 4th of April, we named another organisation that had declined to join the scheme.
Oh, no, I hadn't seen that. I
So-
was actually going to ask about that. Thank you.
So Woodlands Golf Club in Victoria, southeast Melbourne, was named on the 4th of April.
Thank you. So there's just 3 left?
There's five institutions that have that are still operating.
Yep.
There's a number of others that are defunct, but there are 5 that are still operating, and they're listed on our website.
Thank you very much.
Emma Kate McGuirk, Group Manager, Redress. So as at the 1st of April, there are 14,734 applications that have been received by the scheme, and 8,987 outcomes have been issued to applicants as at 1 April.
Okay. Thank you. And are you still receiving applications? Is it tapered off? What's the kind of rate that you're seeing?
No, in fact, in the last month, we've actually seen a significant increase in the number of applications coming into the scheme.
Why would that be?
We think that's due to the removal online of the statutory declaration. So that was passed in legislation last year. And while people haven't been required to sign that since the legislation passed, we were only able to make the systems change in March.
Okay, so you're now finding that that's actually opening it up?
We've seen significant numbers of increase in online applications being submitted since that system change was made.
Good, good. And so, yeah, I'm just looking at the numbers. So I think in February you gave us the number of 13,630. So yeah, that is a significant. That's an extra 1,000.
Yes.
Yeah. Right. How many did the Royal Commission expect that there would be? Like, do you have a sense of what the full?
So the Royal Commission discussed a figure of potentially 60,000 adult survivors of child sex abuse in institutions. That wasn't an estimate of how many applications the scheme would receive necessarily. It was an estimate of the number of survivors. And as you are aware, survivors can take a pathway of civil litigation or may choose not to apply or whatever. So we don't have a kind of a clear estimate. But yeah, that figure has been talked about in the past. So.
And has it been a sort of steady stream of applications, or is it lumpy? obviously you've seen a tick up, but there's obviously an understandable reason for that.
In the first year of the scheme, within the first 2 months, there were very high numbers of applications that came in. I think people had been waiting for the scheme to start, so those first 2 months were high. And then it tapered off for the rest of that first year. It went down a little in the second year, bumped back up in the third year, and has again increased in its current year, the fourth year of the scheme.
Okay, thank you. In question on notice 102, the department advised that it takes on average 235 days to process an application, not including the time for applicants and institutions to respond, but it's 365 days if you include that waiting period. Minister, do you think that's a reasonable time frame?
Well, Senator, what I would say is that the important thing is to make sure that the complexity of many of these cases is addressed through the process. I know and Ms McGurk might be in a better position to give you specific details, but one of the things that was anticipated at the start of the scheme is that the people who came forward would be likely to name an institution. What we've subsequently found is that in an overwhelming number of cases, the applicants naming 2, 3, 4 institutions, and so the ability for us to be able to go through the appropriate process with all of those institutions to make sure that they have the opportunity to be able to respond. Sometimes it may be an institution that's not already joined the scheme, and so we have to go through the process of getting them to sign up to the scheme. So, there certainly were added complexities around the timeframes, but we have worked really hard to make sure that we reduce the timeframe as much as possible. And the organisations who actually voluntarily joined the scheme, even though they hadn't been named in the Royal Commission, they didn't have an application against them, but they had a history of working with children who've actually voluntarily signed up. Really want to give them a shout out, because that meant that if we ever did get an application against that particular organisation, we have already undertaken that period of time that would necessarily be on the clock for them to join. But I'm sure Ms McGurk might like to be able to give you some information about the reduction, the work that we've done, the extra resources we've put in to make sure that we are providing responses and offers to applicants as quickly as possible, because we are very mindful of being very trauma-informed about how we deal with this, but Ms McGurk might be able to give you some info.
And also maybe if you could give me the processing time frame for those, that particular circumstance the Minister's just raised, where the institution is already registered within the scheme, and how much that takes off the time.
Senator, something we've learned as we've been administering the scheme is very much we have to go at the pace also that the applicant is dictating, and increasingly people like to have support in order to be able to progress their application when they're interacting with the scheme. Because of the complexity that the Minister mentioned before, so 84% of our applications name multiple institutions. The Royal Commission estimated that would be 23%. So there's a significant difference there. 57% of applications name 3 or more, 36% name 4 or more institutions.
Sorry, can you just give me that last number again?
36% name 4 or more institutions. Because of the number of institutions involved in each of the applications, we find we need to go back and talk sometimes with the applicants, ask further questions, trying to understand what parts of their story match up with what particular institutions. Applicants aren't always in a safe and ready place to interact with the scheme when the scheme would like to interact with them, and that's really influencing our timeframes. Sometimes applicants don't get back to us for 3, 6, 9 months, and we just have to respect that that's part of their choice for how they want to interact with the scheme. Sometimes it's delayed because one institution may not be joined, but all of the others are. We always offer to an applicant in that circumstance whether they'd like us to continue with their application even though one institution hasn't joined or not, and sometimes they take time to think about that. We also encourage applicants to engage with Know More, the free legal service, to make sure they understand all of their options, understand the impacts of sticking with the scheme versus other things they may choose to do. All of those things are adding to the time it takes to progress to an outcome, as well as just that general complexity. So that's a bit of a
Senator,
general story.
what I would say, and we've had this conversation before, is that from a scheme, internal scheme management perspective, we are looking all the time at trying to make sure that the component that we own is as efficient as possible, because we are absolutely committed to getting people outcomes as soon as possible. And we are constantly looking at where the bottlenecks are, how can we fix them. In fact, we're working one at the moment around serious criminal convictions and documentary requirements that are needed to get a criminal check. So, you know, we are constantly on this case to try and make sure that the pieces that we control are done as efficiently as possible, and obviously there are other elements, the pace of which are dictated by external factors.
And so the second year review of the scheme called for a significant reset. Can you talk us through what that's looking like? So the government committed to implementing the changes and dealing with the issues raised in the review by the middle of 2022, which is just around the corner. So you give us a sense of where you're up to with that.
Senator, so the two-year review, which was undertaken and delivered to redress ministers. So in case you're not aware, the official redress board is made up of Federal Minister and the State and Territory Ministers who have responsibility for the redress within their state jurisdictions. The report was handed down, and the recommendations of the review sort of fell into those that could unilaterally be managed and dealt with by the federal government, and a number of changes were made on the back of that. And I'm sure Ms McGurk can run through those, not the least of which was an early payment to people who were particularly unwell. Then there were a series of other amendments or recommendations made by the review that required the support of the states and territories, and we are currently in the process of negotiating with the states and territories about what they would like to do in terms of any changes as a result of that particular review. That is an ongoing process. I don't know whether, certainly in my involvement, there was been a very detailed analysis, but Ms McGurk or Ms Heffron might be able to provide you some more information around the issues that are currently before the state and territory ministers for ultimate discussion at the next national redress meeting.
Senator, you were asking about some of the progress on measures. We've issued 967 advance payment offers to applicants that fit the criteria, and 598 of those have already been paid. Not all applicants who receive an offer choose to be paid, but that's some significant progress, and that was a direct recommendation of the second anniversary review. We also have 16 applicants who currently are taking their payment by instalments, which again was a direct recommendation. Some other significant progress has been made with funder of last resort, which was another significant area of focus for the review. In our annual report, we're only reporting 24 organisations that had been listed under funder of last resort. So since the end of last financial year, we're now up to 63 organisations that have been listed for funder of last resort. So that's an increase of 39 just in this fourth year, which is really exciting. Expanded funder of last resort provisions were part of a legislative package last year, and currently of the 54, we've got 54 defunct organisations that we're currently negotiating with state and territory jurisdictions about. 10 of them are under the previous funder of last resort arrangements, but 49 of those negotiations are part of the expanded funder of last resort. So that's clearly demonstrating the significant gains we've been able to make. I refer also back to the statutory declaration information I gave you before. Clearly that was a significant barrier for people. It's changed the number of applications coming in. That was another key focus of the second anniversary review.
In the issue of improving the application processing time, it's been referred to in some of the questions on notice. Can you take us through what you're doing there? Because as we've heard, there's about 130 days, which is the period of time for applicants and institutions to respond, which is removed from the total number in the questions on notice, leaving 235 days, which I assume is then within the department's purview. Is that right?
Broadly, there's some aspects that we're unable to measure, where essentially the clock stops if there's an interaction or we're waiting for an applicant. But we're seeking to improve our data to be able to better measure that. Happy to provide on notice some information that I don't have with me now that demonstrates in each of the stages, because it's quite a complex process of backwards and forwards with institutions, our independent decision makers, where each of those process steps, we've significantly decreased the amount of time we're taking to do those. There is one exception there, and that's a particular quality assurance process that we've introduced to better focus the work we're doing. It hasn't significantly increased the time, but it's a balance of needing to have good quality assurance. But each of the stages has decreased, and I'll provide that on notice for you.
Okay. So last time we talked about survivors with serious criminal convictions, and you came back to us on questions on notice 25 that it took 2 years, 8 months and 23 days. What action is being taken to improve that kind of timeframe?
So a lot of the interactions in that particular case, I don't want to go into a great amount of detail because it is an individual, there are a lot of process points where procedural fairness is offered to the applicant at various decision points or preliminary decision points. And while initially we say to the applicant, you have 60 days to come back to us at those procedural fairness points, we're open to extending those, and that was very much the case in the case that you're talking about, where the applicant took as much time as they needed to prepare material. We also very much encourage all of these applicants to engage with No More, and that takes time. It's something that we can't make them do it, but we certainly very firmly suggest that they do so to ensure that they maximise their interaction with us. The Secretary did refer to discussions we're having with the ACIC about criminal history checks and being able to smooth the process there, make that a faster process. It's also challenging to communicate with applicants who are currently incarcerated, and that can also significantly increase the time it takes. So where we've got all of those things at play, that can take some time.
Just on that matter, could I just ask some questions?
Certainly.
So in the second year review, Robin Kruk did talk about access to redress by prisoners. What is the attitude of states and territories to that?
We've had very constructive discussions with our state and territory colleagues, and I mean it's never going to be a conversation that ends. I think there's continuous improvement available all the time, but just for example, making sure phone numbers for support services and for the scheme are available are on the call lists at prisons. Ensuring that redress support services have access to prisons. So we have a really good relationship with our state and territory colleagues about trying to ensure that we do the best we possibly can on that.
So there's a business as usual component which Ms McGurk's talking about. I'm not sure whether you're specifically referring to the change to application from jail.
Yes.
That is still being considered by ministers.
Yep. So where is that consideration up to by? And this goes to a fundamental point that I think is overlooked in the redress scheme, is that changes to the scheme require the cooperation of Commonwealth and states and territories. So where are those discussions up to with states and territories? And I'm particularly keen to know, is there any resistance from any state or territory to prisoners being able to get, to a policy change in regards to redress for...
Senator, I wouldn't characterise it as resistance, but I would say some states and territories haven't given us their final position on the matter.
Mm-hmm. Which states and territories haven't given a final
I don't
position?
have that information
take
here.
that on notice just to double check.
Mm-hmm. So the discussions have been cooperative?
Yes,
Yep.
very cooperative.
Yep. And how important has Robin Crux report been in driving a more constructive or open discussion about this particular element?
I mean, I think that it was a really comprehensive report and it took account of a really wide array of views. It gave us an excellent pathway for reforms, but as the Minister said, some of those reforms we could implement Commonwealth only. Some required legislation, which we've done 2 tranches of legislation now, but some do require states and territories to indicate their position, and we've been working closely with them on those ones.
Actually, one of the ones that you had a very strong interest in, Senator, was around the funder of last resort changes, because prior to the changes, the funder of last resort was very limited, but the ability now, around other organisations, defunct organisations and organisations that do not have the capacity to be able to support the scheme, it does give us greater scope as governments to be able to be funders of last resort.
I don't recall what the Commonwealth's position was in the interim response to Robin Crux' report in regards to access to prisoners.
So we noted that recommendation because it went to a number of issues. It was a recommendation 3.2. It related to non-citizens, non-permanent residents, prisoners, those with serious criminal convictions and care leavers between 18 and 21. So we noted that it would require Minister's Board agreement, essentially.
Thank you, Senator Grove.
That's all right. Have you put something in there? No. So in some of the responses, the issue of it's the survivor being responsible for some of the extended delays, because sometimes they choose not to respond immediately. Sometimes it takes, the clock stops effectively while they go and obtain whatever it is they need to progress. Would you be able to advise us what's the longest processing time for that? And so the average you've got there is like 130 days of clock stop time or time outside of the department's control. I'd like to sort of see a bit of a pattern of how many of the applicants that's the sort of situation with, what the average sort of delays might look like, and because obviously there's nearly 15,000 people there now, so there's quite a spread. But because sometimes the averages just kind of bury a lot of the...
Yeah. So before
issues.
Ms McGurk answers, we don't characterise it. You said, that the applicant's responsible. We don't characterise it like that. What we would say is that there are elements where the applicant may take time to come back. We don't say that they're responsible for a delay.
Right.
I just want to
As in,
make that very clear.
They have the control.
They
to
have control,
respond in the manner that they
and
feel.
we work at their pace of trust, frankly.
Yeah.
So
But I do believe at some point you have advised that it is their responsibility.
I
Hence the term.
wouldn't characterise it using that word. It very much is about choice and control of the applicant, about the speed in which it progresses when things are within the applicant's control. I'll have to take on notice the specifics that you've just asked for. There are certainly, of those nearly 15,000 applications, not a single one is the same. And so, averages based on across the board aren't necessarily meaningful, but accept what you've asked and we'll
And it could be
take
that
that on notice.
you've given us the averages, thank you, and maybe it's shortest, longest is the next point, so you can actually see the spread.
Yep, and I'll take that on notice and see what meaningful information we can provide to you.
Great. Also, on question on notice 104, which was about extending the eligibility for non-citizens and non-permanent residents, it was noted in there that there was a constructive process with the states and territories, but maybe the indication that maybe they weren't keen.
Once again, I wouldn't characterise it that way, Senator. I think we said constructive progress is being made
Against this recommendation?
against that recommendation.
Which is, yeah.
Yes. It's a little bit like the answer I gave to Senator Smith, which is that I'm not aware of resistance by any state or territory, but some have not reached a final position on this question.
Okay. Well, maybe you could take on notice the same detail as was asked for the criminal conviction scenario as well. So, Minister, this is a combined scenario, states, territories. At the end of the day, does it have to be a combined decision? Does everybody have to agree? Is it a majority scenario?
We work on a consensus model, Senator, because obviously, each and every jurisdiction is impacted by the decisions of the board. But I'd commend the working group, particularly officials, around how they've worked together to try and resolve many of these issues, because continuous improvement is absolutely essential and must continue to be embedded in this program, because we are seeking to support some very vulnerable Australians, and so the continuous improvement is just absolutely essential. But clearly, because of the impact on the states and territories of decisions that are made, then we require them to agree. And to date, they have been inclined to do so. But of course, there is often time required in each state and territory to be able to work through the particular issues in their jurisdiction before they come back to the table with a position.
But I might characterise that as a lengthy time.
Whenever we've been able to, and which we have done in recent months, if we can, as the federal government, operate unilaterally, so it could be a situation where the states and territories, we seek their agreement, but if the implications rest entirely on the Commonwealth, then we've moved. And one of those examples was in relation to being able to pay upfront payments of $10,000 to people if if they were terminally ill or the like. And so even though we had to get the support of the states and territories to do that, because we took responsibility as the federal government for the funding of that, then we were able to do it much more quickly. So wherever the situation or the change or that continuous improvement is something that the federal government can takes full responsibility in terms of the delivery of it. The states and territories are very quick, usually as a rule, to come back and say, yep, happy for any improvement. Under those circumstances, it's only when the majority of the implications actually reside with the states and territories and not the Commonwealth that this process that perhaps takes a bit longer is needed to be gone through. But they do, as a general rule, work in good faith to try and make sure that we get some decisions as quickly as possible.
So with the non-citizens and non-permanent residents eligibility, how long has that discussion been going on with the states?
Obviously, since the review...
so 2 years?
No, so there is, Robin Crook provided her review, I think, in March 2021. So the review was commenced at the 2-year point but was not completed.
Right, delivered in March
until
2020.
March 2021.
2021.
Australian government announced its response in June 2021. Its initial response, and we've been in discussions with states and territories since that period.
Obviously, so 12 months? Since the June?
Yes. So I would say, Senator, just in relation to that, some of these recommendations are hard to cost because there's an unknown quantum of non-citizens and non-residents who may have been in Australian institutions in their childhood. So some of the jurisdictions have sought any data that the Commonwealth Government has. We have worked with our colleague agencies to try and provide data, and they are also examining their own records. So I think, as I said, they're constructive discussions, but these are decisions with financial impacts for states and territories, and they wish to undertake due diligence on the potential cost of those recommendations to them.
And so within those discussions, how long do you leave them for? Minister, that might be a better question for you. So it's sort of, 9-10 months, they're still pondering, there's still a lot of people out in the community wondering if they are eligible or not. What sort of time frame do you anticipate?
Well, we as a federal government, we made a commitment that we wanted to progress the findings or the recommendations, however that may be, by the middle of this year, and obviously that would be desirable, but clearly we are not necessarily in control of the timeframes of all of that. Anything that we are in control of the timeframe, we have acted as quickly as possible, and most of those have already been actioned. But it is a matter for that we require the consensus of the states and territories to be able to deliver on these things, and the officials work tirelessly behind the scenes to make sure that all the issues that and some of these things are very technical, as you might well imagine. And clearly we would all like to see these matters determined and decisions taken as quickly as possible. But as I said, federal government has moved as quickly as it can on the ones that sit solely within our responsibility, and we'll continue to work with the states and territories in the hope that we can resolve and get determinations on the others as quickly as possible. But those timeframes are not within my control.
So do you feel like it's being bogged down in that process?
No, that's not my understanding. I probably, would throw to Ms Heffron-Webb and Ms McGurk in terms of the huge amount of work that gets done at an officials level. When ministers, come in, they have already done all of the background work to understand what the technical implications and the other implications of any decisions that are being proposed. But I don't know whether Ms McGurk or Ms Heffron-Webb would like to make any comment in relation to your question.
So ministers met in December last year, considered a number of these matters, asked officials to go away and do additional work. We've been working very closely with officials on all these matters since then. We feel like progress is being made, and we hope to be able to provide ministers with advice to enable some final decisions very shortly.
Okay, so they met in December, and that's a sort of 4-month or so time frame to gather further information, and then are they scheduled to meet again?
Yes,
When are
subject
they
to an
scheduled?
election period, obviously. So, in general, the Redress Ministers Board meets twice a year. So,
Okay.
yes, we would have normally perhaps scheduled a meeting in May. We'll just work around whatever dates we need to work around. So.
Okay. Which I think is what we're all doing at the moment. Okay, so you talked briefly about the named organisations. I had from Question on Notice 105 that it was 4 named organisations. You've advised me today that it's 5. Thank you for that. Has that revised the affected number of individuals? It was previously 10. Obviously,
We've never said the number of affected individuals, have we?
We did say the number was less than 10. Given the small number of applications covered by that, we can't provide any more granular detail because it may
of course, yeah.
identify an applicant. So I would still say the answer is less than 10.
Small, yeah. So what are you doing to support those small number of people in that circumstance?
As I mentioned before, we do encourage our applicants to have a redress support service to provide that general support, but specifically also for these applicants, we encourage them to engage with No More so they understand their legal options. The advance payment measure for elderly or terminally ill applicants applies regardless of whether an institution has joined. So any applicants who name those 5 institutions are eligible for an advance payment if they fit into the categories that we mentioned before.
And we keep them well apprised
We
of
do.
the progress
Communicate.
of whether the institution is onboarded or not.
Okay. And with the advance payment, Minister, it's 10,000 given to people under certain circumstances. Do you think that's enough?
That was the recommendation.
That was the recommendation.
Of Ms Crook in her report.
Do you think there's anything else in terms of support, in terms of, obviously these are people who have had deeply, deeply traumatic experiences. Is there anything more that should be done to support them, that can be done?
Well, I mean, obviously the redress scheme was set up because we understood that many Australians who were victim survivors found the civil process just overwhelming and clearly extraordinarily distressing. But, you know, so what we did with the development of the scheme and the subsequent changes that have been made is to continue to listen to victim survivors about the things that would improve the experience for them as they go through this process. I mean, the one thing I would say, though, is that it doesn't matter how much we do in terms of the financial response or the supports. Nothing that we can do can take away what's happened to these people. And I you know, if we could, we would. But we have to recognise that this is, I suppose, a recognition that they have experienced what they've experienced. You know, it's a recognition that we believe them and that we acknowledge the trauma that they've been through. But at the end of the day, no one can ever take away what they've been through. And so all we seek to do is to continually look at ways that we can provide additional support. And as I say, that recognition that these people have been, these victim survivors have been through so much, and that the institutions come forward and actually acknowledge their wrongdoing and apologise for what they've done. And Mr McKirk may have more to add to this, but you know, the times when people have said that it's actually the acknowledgement of what they've experienced that is the most powerful thing in terms of their ability to try and recover as being such an important part of it. But we will continue, as we have been, to try and provide as much support to people as we possibly can in recognising what they've been through.
And I think totally agree. The situation that people find themselves in is often of any trauma, but of this kind of trauma, it is the acknowledgement that they are valued, the acknowledgement that that people believe their story, that are there to help them and support them, and so it does take me to the situation of the outstanding decisions around non-citizens and people with serious criminal convictions, etc., that are still out there being sidelined from the scheme while a decision is being made, which seems to be a bit of a football between you're saying you're on board with the states. What can you do to fix this?
Well, obviously the officials, as they've said, you know, are working with their state and territory counterparts to try and make sure that the recommendations of the review are assessed and that comes back to the redress board for decision. But you know, the federal government stands ready. You know, once the states and territories have provided their positions to move forward on many of the things, particularly the ones that you've just been talking about. But you know, short of being absolutely committed to providing any resource to support the states and territories through this process, absolutely ready to respond as soon as the states and territories come forward. You know, that's what we will continue to do, and hopefully we'll see a resolution to these two particular issues you're raising very, very shortly.
And Senator, the serious criminal conviction piece is people are not sitting, waiting, wondering. There is a process. About 89% of, I think it's 89% of all applicants using the serious criminal conviction process do go on and go through the independent assessment process. So, and we've got to remember that provision was put in place with the agreement of all parties when the scheme was designed, so that the scheme could not be brought into disrepute and lose public support, which clearly no one is interested in.
Okay. Minister, just finally, last question. Yeah. Do you feel that the people who are still waiting deserve an apology of some sort for the interim measure, for the interim wait that they're having and the lengthy time that the processes are taking?
Well, obviously, you know, we are keen to make sure that we make the experience of anybody who, you know, makes the pretty brave decision to come forward and obviously, relive the experiences that they have had as children, and we absolutely are committed to, as the federal government, as the scheme operator, to make sure that we put in place the supports for those people. And I think Ms McGurk's run through them. Making sure that they've got access to the kind of counselling services that they may like, but most particularly, keeping them informed, making sure that the process is undertaken in a way that obviously best meets their particular needs, and we'll continue to do that because we are absolutely committed to providing the redress that we believe these people so justly deserve.
Senator Smith.
I've lost my place, Chair. Protecting Australia's children.
Very important.
And I'm particularly keen to just understand a little bit better the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Centre for Excellence in Child and Family Supports.
Yes, Senator. So this was an announcement in the budget as part of the Women's Safety Package in recognition of the close links between child protection and domestic violence issues. One of the representations we've had from stakeholders for a long time has been around the lack of evidence base about effective supports for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander families who are at risk of coming into contact with the child protection system, or indeed have come into contact with the child protection system. A lot of the evidence-based models are from overseas, from different contexts, and so we're really keen to build a body of evidence around what is effective to support those families. So the funding was announced in the budget. I don't know if Mr. Crozier might just want to give a sense of the nature of the funding.
Yes, it's Tim Crozier, Branch Manager for Children's Policy Branch. So the funding that was announced in the budget is $8 million over 5 years.
And just explain for me how the Centre for Excellence in Child and Family Supports works with, interfaces with the National Child and Family Investment Strategy.
So they are separate measures, but the National Child and Family Investment Strategy will basically set out a range of principles that will look at the shift from, particularly around crisis responses, to early intervention responses, and how the system can sort of move and make that shift across all jurisdictions. There is also an innovation fund that's attached to that, which will then be about implementing that investment strategy. In terms of the link with the National Centre, then the evidence base that will be developed out of the National Centre, particularly around more evidence-based early intervention processes, will help to feed into that National Child and Investment Strategy.
So is there any other money attached to the National Child and Family Strategy?
So the National Child and Family Investment Strategy is $10 million over 4 years.
So $10 million over 4 years, and the the Centre for Excellence was
$8 million over 5 years.
Out of curiosity, why do we do 8 over 5 and then 10 over 4? Why wouldn't we just
I guess the investment strategy is intended to be a more time-limited piece, so whereas the National Centre, so we have a 5-year action plan under Savers and Supported that we're working on.
Yeah.
It's a 10-year strategy, 2 5-year action plans, so that we chose 5 years so that it would be present throughout the life of this action plan.
Yeah. Okay, so now child protection responsibilities will continue to be the responsibility of state and territory governments. That's correct. So this is an initiative that seeks to understand what is happening prior to someone coming into the child protection framework.
Seek to help prevent families coming into contact with the child protection system. As we know, children who have contact with that system, and particularly those who end up in an out-of-home care situation, have very poor outcomes. So to the extent we can prevent families engaging with that system because they have the skills and the support to parent their children, and the children are well and safe and happy, that's a positive thing. So it's aimed at that.
So where is it physically located?
So it's just been announced. We will be undertaking a selection process to select a provider for it. So no decision's been made about where it will be located as yet. It depends which organisation or consortium of organisations is the successful applicant.
Are consortiums being encouraged, given that Indigenous population is spread across the whole country?
Absolutely, we'd encourage a consortium application for a centre of this type.
Right. And I understand there's also the initiative of a national advocate for children and young people.
That's right. Again, there's been, I guess, a lot of interest from stakeholders in someone having a national view about the systems that affect Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children and young people. And so that position will work with the National Children's Commissioner to provide that kind of system-level view across the country.
And what sorts of skills do we expect the National Advocate to have?
So obviously someone who's got experience and knowledge of how child welfare systems operate, and a high level of kind of understanding of Aboriginal cultural competence, not just, you know, across the very, very many different Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities.
So we're not looking for someone who has advocacy skills, but someone who has technical skills and understanding?
Both. I would imagine, you know, it's a national position. This person needs to be able to speak on behalf, speak to elevate the voices of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children across the country, to state governments, to the Commonwealth Government, and just like the Children's Commissioner does for all Australian children.
Right. What's the selection process and who appoints the National Advocate?
So there will be a co-design process that will be established with Indigenous, likely to select an Indigenous organisation to run a co-design process to establish the parameters and the roles of the National Advocate, and then that will so that particular organisation has not been selected yet. There will be a process around selecting that organisation, and then the government will make a decision based on.
So we pay for an organisation to set up the job description for the National Advocate, and then we recruit the National Advocate.
Correct.
That's correct.
You do. Sorry, not me. Yep.
Yeah, that's
You
correct.
do. Right. What's the funding around the National Advocate?
The National Advocate is $2 million over 4 years.
$2 million over 4 years. And what does that $2 million get used for?
So that will
It's
be
not the salary, I hope.
Partially.
partially. Yes,
Well,
and-
partially, yes, but I was hoping not.
Yeah, and there will be support staff as well, so likely be a policy officer support staff as well as an administrative
So
support
there'll be
staff.
the Office of the National Advocate.
It'll be situated within the Australian Human Rights Commission.
Right, okay. Okay, that's fascinating, thank you.
Okay, I'm conscious of time with the break due at 11, so I might just ask a question in relation to the next national plan to end violence against women and children, so whoever is the correct official. Looks like he's coming. Thank you. I suppose that last week there was $1.3 billion announced in the budget towards that next action, the next national plan. Minister, could you inform the committee how this will build on the previous record funding, and specifically how does this expand on programs and record funding from the 2021 budget, which provided over $1 billion for women's safety?
Yeah, well, as we are coming to the conclusion of the first national plan to reduce violence against women and their children, we are coming to the end of the fourth action plan, which was the last of the 4 action plans that sat within the previous strategy. And last year, recognising that so much more needed to be done to change the dial, that we needed to really focus on prevention and early intervention. The government made a $1.1 billion commitment, which was the down payment on this next national plan, which we've changed the name from reducing violence to ending violence, because we want to send a very clear message to everybody in Australia that no amount of violence is acceptable. We don't simply want to reduce it, we want to end it. And so the $1.3 billion that was allocated in the last budget recently is in addition to that, obviously that $1.1 billion, as in addition to a number of measures that are ongoing, the most significant of which is 1800 Respect, which we've changed the mechanism by which 1800 Respect is applied as an ongoing measure. So in total, the first 5-year plan of the new national plan to end violence against women and children has got a $2.5 billion investment by the federal government to make sure that we not only address and support the response, but to women when they experience violence, or any Australian who experiences gender-based violence, but to make sure that we have got a strong investment in prevention and early intervention, because if we are going to end violence against women and their children, and we are going to end gender-based violence, we have to stop it happening before it starts.
Excellent. In the last couple of minutes, I might actually just expand on that a little bit. Can you also explain how we've got to this point? Obviously, there's been a whole lot happening over the time with consultation and various national action plans. How do we go about consulting to get it to this point?
Well, the consultation process that was undertaken to develop the next national plan has been ongoing for the previous 18 months. It was a very extensive consultation where we sought to give the opportunity for any Australian who wanted to provide input into the process to do so through national surveys. One of the very significant actions on consultation was around the National Women's Safety Summit, which was held in this place in September, well, largely virtual, unfortunately, due to COVID, but held in September last year. We also were very keen to make sure that victim survivors had a very strong influence around any of the policies or initiatives that were put into the next plan, and so we sought to make sure that we gathered information around the things that they saw were important to be included in the plan. So it was a very extensive 18-month consultation process, which culminated in the draft plan, which was out for comment earlier this year, and the department, in conjunction with the states and territories and the National Advisory Group, as well as the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Advisory Council, just doing the final amalgamation of that last lot of comments before the national plan in its final form we put to state and territory ministers for formal endorsement, at which time we would be seeking for the states and territories to be making their commitments in relation to the first 5-year action plan. Clearly the federal government made a very strong signal that in the last budget and the $2.5 billion that has been set aside for the first 5 years around what we are intending to do, but we're very keen to see what the states and territories are also going to be doing in this space, because at the ultimate responsibility, particularly in terms of response, sits with the states and territories, much the same way as child protection is a state and territory measure and issue. But we would seek to make sure that this is all joined up, which is why we made the announcement late last year around a domestic violence commission and commissioner, so that we got everything streamlined and we were making sure nothing was falling between the gaps, and there was no duplication, so that we were delivering the maximum efficiency of our resources on the ground to support women who either are experiencing domestic violence, at risk of domestic violence, and particularly making sure that we have a respectful community so that we stop violence happening in the first place.
Excellent. Can I just clarify, obviously with the state, other states and territories being required, I suppose, is there a time frame around getting that to them, bearing in mind we've got the election issues again? Have you got a date set for that meeting at all?
So they have a draft of the document. They're in the process of providing us with feedback, and we would look to have a meeting before the end of the financial year, because the national plan runs to 30 June 2022. So we'd like to get the next national plan agreed before then.
Okay, excellent. I was going to continue on with those discussions into 1800 Respect, but bearing in mind that we're about to go to break, I think I will actually end my questioning there. Just conscious of that, I think we are now completed with outcome 2. So
back to 3?
No, outcome 3 will come back. Yes, we'll come back after the break at 11:15. I just wanted to note, and I meant to mention it first thing this morning, that outcome 4, we have released the officials to that because we checked last night with other members, senators, and there were no questions to be asked. at this point. So on that basis, we'll come back after the break to outcome 3.1, then we'll go fairly quickly, I would imagine, into outcome, or program 3.2 under outcome 3. So we'll just make sure officials are available as soon as possible after.
Yeah. Can I
that
just confirm with you, I'm assuming
I'll just suspend till 11:15.
Oh, okay. Only
We will now resume our estimates hearing, and we're moving now to outcome 3, program 3.1, and I'll go to Senator Rice to start off.
Thanks, Chair. And I'm returning to the issue of the Wise employment agent who was belittling a job seeker in a video that was reported on the SBS article. And yes, just wanting to know what action the department is taking.
Good morning, Senator. Ryan Bullman, Group Manager, Disability Employment and Carers Group. So we were aware immediately of the issue as soon as it became publicly available. We've reached out to the service provider, Wise, and we've been going through an investigation process with them since that time. Separately, importantly, the individual did contact our National Customer Service line, which is an important line where people can get in contact, raise any concerns, and that's enabled us to go in, make sure that the individual was referred to another service provider where they feel more comfortable, as well as trigger some of our other actions in assurance and compliance.
Did they contact you after the media coverage or prior to that?
I believe, Senator, it was after, because from memory, the incident started with on social media, and I think at that stage they contacted the National Customer Service line, but I might have to just check that on notice to make sure I've got the chronology right. I do know that as soon as we became aware on social media, we were engaged with the service provider to make sure our primary concern in these circumstances are there's a Disability Employment Service Code of Conduct. Every provider, every office, every individual working in them have to adhere to that. And if there's an issue where we think that that's not being adhered to, and we'll say this to all our service providers, we'll come in and take action and investigate and make sure it's resolved.
And is you say that you're investigating it, but is your initial assessment that this job agent did breach that code of conduct?
Senator, I couldn't preempt an investigation.
I mean, Ms Mitchell said before that she thought the behaviour was not acceptable. I can't remember exactly what your words were.
I think I said if the allegation was true,
yes,
that it would be unacceptable behaviour.
Yes.
Senator, it's clear to everyone that that type of behaviour is not what we want from our services that support people with disability.
So can you just talk me through then what the process is with Wise Employment in terms of that investigation? How long is that likely to go on for? And what would be the likely consequences of that investigation?
Senator, we've been working with Wise since February. They've undertaken to look at their adherence to the Code of Practice. We'll continue to work through that and any other matters that come up through the investigation. I won't be able to set a set time frame because as you work through things, matters come up. And Senator, I won't preempt the outcome of an investigation here. It wouldn't be fair.
Okay. I mean, I've seen on social media that Wise states that the job agent has undergone further training. Would that be the limit that you would expect as the end of your investigation, or could the investigation, make a recommendation to Wise that the job agent should no longer be working for them?
Senator, I won't go into the specifics of the type of recommend. I can't sort of hypothesise, but from my experience, as you work through these things, and I should add that Wise is working very cooperatively with us and also across their many different offices to make sure that they've got the systems and processes in place to adhere to the Code of Conduct.
How many types of these investigations do that take place?
I'd have to take that on notice, but I think Senator, the important thing in my mind is from the client's perspective, the customer. We have the National Customer Service Hotline. We have many contacts coming through that. Some of them are just queries, how do I do this, how do I do that? But we do get them as soon as there's an issue popped up, that enables us to either resolve it locally or in some cases, trigger an investigation.
I mean, my concern is for the client that these incidents don't happen in the first place. So I'm interested to know how many incidents are in fact reported to you. How frequent an occurrence is this? Is it just a once-off, or is it something that's actually occurring pretty regularly?
I certainly wouldn't say regularly, and it was enough to make us very concerned, but we've got a good quality assurance program in place to run through the thousands of officers that we have out in the Disability Employment Service network to make sure that before an incident happens, that service providers are putting in place and adhering to a code of service, a code of practice that makes sure that individuals are treated with the dignity, respect and support that we expect of all our service providers.
And look, I'm not sure whether I've requested this data before amongst the lots of data that I do request of the department, but in terms of, could you give me on notice of the details of the number of calls to the complaint hotline and how they are resolved? You know, how many are dismissed, how many there are investigations that occur, how many where an investigation has resulted in some action being taken against a employment services provider?
Yeah, certainly, Senator. We'll take that on notice.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much. Senator Grogan.
Thank you. I would like to ask some questions about the National Disability Strategy. Cool. Now, according to the Disability Gateway Hub website, the targeted action plans are providing a way of taking action in priority areas identified by people with a disability. And we had a question on notice where you were taking on notice to provide us with some information about the action that's been taken. And we got a 2-line response which didn't provide any information. So I'm wondering if we can try again on that. What you had said to the question on notice, which was to Senator Green, the response was, work has commenced to implement the 5 targeted action plans. There will be annual reporting to show what progress each government has made against their respective actions. I would actually like a bit of information about what has occurred and where you're up to against each of those. So maybe we could start with the Employment Targeted Action Plan.
Taria Sastamoinen, Acting Group Manager, Disability Strategy Group. So if I just touch on a few examples from the Commonwealth level, because obviously states and territories are also committed to actions. So for the Employment Action Plan, one of the first actions was to commence a review of the Disability Employment Services Program, which has been in train for a little while now. We had a public consultation process with submissions to that closing on the 1st of February, and the department's going through and assessing the inputs that came in through that. Other things around employment actions that we're doing that included the launch of the recruitability pilot on, believe it was the 21st of March, led by Randstad with a consortia of other organisations to encourage more employers to take on people with disability and to demonstrate some of the good practice and some of the ways in which people with disability can contribute to businesses and should in fact be encouraged into employment of all sorts. So there's a couple of examples for the Employment Action Plan there. And we're also considering, we had building employer confidence and inclusion in disability information linkages and capacity building program round. That closed on the 9th of March, and we're currently assessing the applications to that round. Hopeful that we'll be able to finalise that in the next few weeks for initiatives to start from the next financial year. So again, that's around building employer confidence to encourage businesses to look at ways in which they can bring in people with disability and not just provide, I guess, access to employment, but also inclusive practice as well. So does that mean how do we encourage others in an employment setting to not only accommodate but to be inclusive in their practice of people with disability and to really encourage that contribution that we know people with disability can make.
Okay. Is there a particular reason why that kind of detail couldn't have been provided in the question on notice?
Some of that is still being worked through. So
we really were just looking for progress. Yeah.
Well, Senator, as we said in the answer, there is an annual reporting, and so it would give you a more comprehensive picture of what's happening with all of the targeted action plans, because it is, both a Commonwealth and a state and territory sort of responsibility that we're taking. So.
Yeah, no, appreciate that, but I think the thing that we all need to avoid is allowing the state and territory cross responsibilities to allow us to not progress or not undertake work. And obviously you have been undertaking some work, but just not providing that information. And I guess the concern, of course, is that under the last strategy, 2010 to 2020, progress on some outcomes stalled and in some instances even went backwards. So I think it would be understandable that we would be wanting to see what action is being taken to make sure we don't get to the end of this strategy and realise that we've done the same as we did last time.
Senator, I've got your point. Oh.
Thank you.
Yep.
So maybe you could take us through the Community Attitudes Targeted Action Plan, just some sense of what progress has happened there.
So at the moment we're in the process of entering into an agreement to conduct the Australia's Disability Strategy Survey, which as a first tranche will focus on community attitudes. At the moment we don't have any way of collecting data or measuring data around community attitudes. So once we're actually able to, talk, more freely about the work that we're doing to contract that, we can provide further detail. But as I said, it will focus on community attitudes in the first instance. It will be designed and implemented in consultation with people with disability. And again, as I said, it's quite early days at the moment, so I don't have any detail, for example, around the design or the implementation approach, but we do expect it to cover hopefully more than 20,000 respondents, including professions that people with disability have said they feel need, further work in order to change attitudes and behaviour. So that might include things like the justice system or the health system, and employers in terms of what are your attitudes towards people with disability, as well as others in the disability sector as well. So that is really early days. That the update I'm giving is probably about the last 5 days' worth of progress, and we're quite pleased that we're able to move forward with that one as well at this time.
Okay, thank you.
And Senator, can I just add, the Australia's Disability Strategy Advisory Council have also just met for the first time. So they met on the 15th, I think, of March, and they're due to meet again on the 12th of March. So,
12th of April.
Sorry, 12th of April. So we will see ongoing progress as we start to work with the council as well.
Again, something you could have put in the question on notice. So I wonder if you could just take me through the Early Childhood Targeted Action Plan?
So with the Early Childhood Targeted Action Plan, at the moment we're working with the sector to develop basically a design for a national early childhood program, which was announced in the budget in 2021-22. The first year of that is around designing the program, and the remaining 3 years will be around implementation. So some of the things we're looking at are how do we actually understand best practice, what works to support children in their early years, particularly outside of the NDIS settings, because not all children will need the more intensive support supports that the NDIS sort of offers, but what is it that best works in the Australian context to address things like developmental delay or early childhood, best practice? What works best to support parents in, understanding their children's needs and delivering to that as well. So there's been a bit of work done. There was a Where To research that we commissioned for the department to actually have a look at the national, international literature and to work with us and sector expertise to design that sort of some parameters for the program. And as I said, that one, the first year we're spending on design, and then we will do a range of procurements to put in place measures to deliver on that. And we're expecting that to happen, over the course of the coming months as well.
Okay. And you said that the first year of the budgeted announcement was to design the program. Obviously, that year is nearly up. Are you on track to have that development all completed?
Yes, we are. Yes.
Okay. And will that then be, the program scope, will that then be released publicly at some point?
Yeah, so we'll go through procurement processes, and it will depend on, I guess, the types of programs that we're looking at doing, how we do that. I mean, open competitive is, one of the options that we're able to use to be able to purchase the services. But again, we'll take some advice from the sector and from early childhood experts and around what are sort of like the best ways in which we can not only frame the program, but the implementation approach as well.
Mm. Okay, and the safety targeted action plan?
So with the safety action plan, I think a number of the actions underneath there are probably more in the realm of the states and territories. So I don't have a lot of progress to update on that one, but we can certainly come back to you on that. I mean, the safety issue is coming up in a number of forums, which in the Broad we're looking at. So obviously we're paying attention to what the Disability Royal Commission is saying, particularly last week's hearing into violence against women and girls, and working with our colleagues in families and community, families and children stream as well, to make sure that things like the National Plan for Reducing Violence Against Women and Children includes those aspects that we see are important in the safety tap to address the needs of women with disability who are affected by violence. The other thing that has come clearly from the first Advisory Council meeting, which was generally, I think, just an establishment meeting, is a key interest by the Advisory Council in the issue of safety for people with disabilities. So without preempting what they might want to discuss and put on their work plan, they've identified it already as one of their key priorities that they want to consider in the first year or so of their council establishment. So again, as Ms Mitchell said, the Advisory Council is meeting for the second time next week, and we're hopeful that we can now progress again some further discussion around their prioritisation, and safety seems to be a very key one for them as well.
Okay, and finally the Emergency Management Targeted Action Plan?
So emergency management, particularly I think the focus has been on the COVID-19 response, and there are others I think who are better placed than me to talk in detail around that. But it is things like the access to RATs, the work that we've been doing around, increasing awareness of vaccinations and booster vaccinations. So, for example, the Disability Gateway, there's been some additional focus on raising awareness through that. Of what's available to people with disability in terms of COVID-19 and the pandemic, emergency management. There's also information on the Disability Gateway around access to flood assistance, for example, for those people in the flood-affected areas. So again, there's, I think, a keen interest by the Advisory Council in ensuring that there is a very proactive approach or a continued proactive approach in addressing the needs of people with disability in the sort of like emergency context. But as I said, in the interim, because obviously the pandemic, the flight crisis is now, we have increased the information and awareness raising of what's available, and ensuring also that we provide that through to our disability representative organisations and advocacy bodies as well.
Okay. And would you say that you're confident that the disability strategy will produce the outcomes required here?
I am. I've been in disability employment services more so than the disability strategy space, but over the past couple of months working with the states, territories, with the advocacy bodies and in particular the Advisory Council, I think there is an enormous weight of expectation that we do in fact deliver on it, but there's also an enormous amount of goodwill. So the conversations that I've had with the states and territories, for example, are largely positive in terms of, for example, establishing an enduring national disability data asset. There is a real, I think, positive and strong relationship between the department and our advocacy organisations, and a willingness to, work through, even where we don't agree on some things, a willingness to work through and see how we can affect the best outcome possible. So I think the goodwill, there is investment, and contrary to sometimes our Commonwealth-state relations, we do have a very positive engagement with the states and territories as well. Of course, they're going to be quite critical in terms of the delivery of a lot of the actions, and we will monitor it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. On that note, I think we've finished with program 3.1, so we will suspend briefly because we will be swapping ministers. So thank you very much, Senator Ruston, and we'll suspend for 3 or 4 minutes until we readjust. Now resume, and moving on now to outcome 3, program 3.2, and we will start with questions from Senator Grogan.
Okay.
So just bear with us, we'll just get the CEO up to the table. If I suspect you'll have questions for him, Senator Grogan?
Indeed, yes. Just going to continue with the conversation we started last week, actually. I just want to ask some further questions about the early childhood and the local area coordinator services. And thank you for your response to the questions from last week. That was helpful. I just want to chip through a few other things. The tender documents for that refer to review, and until quite recently, review had 3 different meanings, and obviously there was an amount of work that was done to sort of tidy that up. But the tender still has the review as the reference point. So in that, does it mean, within the context of that tender, an annual plan review, change of circumstances review, or an S100 internal review?
Senator, good morning. Martin Hoffman, Chief Executive Officer, NDIA. I also have my colleague, Kate Story, by video, who is the officer directly responsible for the tender, to ensure we can deal with questions here today. We're pleased to get that letter to you, as we said, on Tuesday. I think if I understand the question, you're saying, is the work, when we talk about review, are we talking about plan reviews? Yes, we are. Of course, those documents were written prior to the Amendment Act passing last week, which changed the word plan review to plan reassessment. We weren't sure it would pass, and so in terms of documenting things up, we were still using the original Act. So when we talk about review in that context, we're talking about the review of a plan, a scheduled review. It's not required to be annual, and in fact we are attempting to move out the duration of plans. That's something that participants often want, to have longer plan durations before the need for a plan. But the plan is still required to have either a date or circumstances at which it will be reviewed. So that's one form of review, now called reassessment. There is then also the participant requested...
Before you go on, just
please.
to clarify, they're commonly known as the annual plan review. So are you saying that change is being implemented? I mean, obviously, and I'm not saying that because I think it's a bad idea.
No,
just as a point of clarity.
Absolutely. So it is true that in general, over the past few years and from the start, there was a general practice of setting up an annual plan review. So where the Act calls for the plan to specify a review date, that was usually set at 1 year. There was no requirement for it to be set at 1 year in the Act or the rules. That was the starting practice. I think as we have learnt, as participants have learnt, we are increasingly moving that review date longer because it suits us both. And so if there is a phrase around of the annual plan review, that is not a formal or official or legal requirement. It might just be a hangover of past practice.
Okay, thank you. That clears a lot of that up.
Did you want me to keep going, though, on the other reviews?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Senator. So then we were talking about the participant requested review. So this is sometimes called a Section 48 review. This is where the participant at any time can request a review, reassessment of their...
Is that also the same as the change of circumstances review?
Yes.
Okay.
So again, change of circumstances is not mentioned in the Act. It is mentioned in the capital R rules as one of the reasons that the agency might agree to do a Section 48 review. In fact, it's usually the primary reason. Something has happened, some change of circumstances. The plan that was going to go for 2 years now needs to be looked at again. There's a change of circumstances. So that is what it is commonly called, and it's mentioned in the capital R rules. Of course, if you look at the wording of Section 48, the ability is there for the participant to request the review, and then the CEO delegate has to decide whether to undertake it or not. And the usual reason is to do it is because there's been a change of circumstances, but there might be some other reason. And so it's not a requirement that there be a change of circumstances, but that is the usual reason that it is done.
Okay. So this terminology piece is actually quite problematic In terms of the changes that have now been made, will there be just one word or one phrase for each type of review?
Yeah, I'm just trying to give a helpful, honest answer here. I hope so. But of course, there's lots of phrases out there amongst millions of people now in terms of this, and lots of documents that are there. And there are still different types of reassessments, as we've just described, the ones that are scheduled and the ones that are circumstantial, either requested by the participant or initiated by the agency ourselves, separate to the scheduled review. So there's sort of three types there. But yes, the use of the word review will now be restricted after the amendments to the Act to just the Section 100 review, which is really a review of a reviewable decision, RORD, RORD. And so that's where we will try very hard to only use the term review to mean review of a reviewable decision. And as you know, in the Act, the reviewable decisions are set out in Section 99 of the Act, and then Section 100 says this is how you go about doing an internal review.
Okay.
Senator Oaken, can I just add that I think we all agree that a lot of the language, for the reasons that the CEO has said, has developed in a less than ideal way, some of it legislative, some of it in terms of procedures. One of the things I've worked very closely with the NDIA and also the sector on is how do we actually simplify the process. So whether it's for people with intellectual or cognitive disabilities, First Nations and COLD communities, and quite frankly for all participants and those involved in the process. So that is a process, and these nomenclature issues, which are confusing, are certainly part of that process of streamlining and simplifying and making it much more accessible for everybody. So we do acknowledge that, things, as the CEO has said, we're working on simplifying that for everybody.
And the specific examples of that would be our operating guidelines, which many of them have already been rewritten, and we have a rolling program of rewriting them, publishing them so they're fully public, so the same guidelines that are informing our staff as to what they do, how they do their jobs, are publicly available to participants and their supporters, so that can be seen. We've added, and they've been rewritten, hopefully, in much simpler language, lots of case studies and examples of what this might mean in a particular case. We've published our Would We Fund It guides, where we try and give, again, clearer guidance as to what sort of things in what circumstances we believe satisfy the RNN test. So they're just some examples. Thank you.
Okay, so can I just focus on one type of review, an annual plan review for participants aged 7 and over, done by a local area coordinator? Could you provide with a breakdown of the time taken for each of the steps involved under the current arrangements to deliver that plan, including meeting with the participant, reading the documents and reports, drafting the plan, entering the plan into the NDIS system, and then any other tasks that may be involved?
Yes, Senator, happy to try and answer that question. Might be something we'll take on notice. As we set out in our letter earlier this week, there has been a recent time and motion study of the steps undertaken by the LACs, and we can refer to that in terms of the average time taken. We'll look at, I'm not sure the granularity of the steps that have been individually timed, but we will certainly get that information, the information that we have on that to you, yes.
Because in the response you provided to me on Tuesday, which I'm grateful for, it's comparing the time and motion study to the current tender, but it is a little murky in terms of and I know we talked about this last week, the idea that it's not just the planning session, there's all these other pieces that are connected to other pieces. But it's a little murky for me in terms of what actually applies to what. So I remember you were talking about the connection piece of work, which is, I don't know, roughly 10 hours, and that's part of the planning as well. But then the actual scope of that is about connecting that person to various other services and supports and such like. So for me, there's a little bit of confusion about the difference in that. And just wondering where each of those elements kind of sit.
Actually, Senator Grogan, that's an interesting point. And perhaps can you just a little bit more detail in terms of what's not clear for you yet? Because the reset and this new contract is actually designed to make things clearer. And more detail on the steps. So what bit's not clear, and perhaps we can sort of hone in on that and provide more detail on that.
And I think, again, going back to the line of questioning last week, on the face of it, it looks like the planning section of putting together the plan for people going forward has gone, on paper, from 5 hours to 2.5 hours. So there was that significant change, which we talked through last week, and we asked for further clarity. So the concern, of course, is that in reducing the planning time, if that's what has happened, we end up in a situation where you potentially have people with complex disabilities ending up with a cookie-cutter approach plan that isn't going to service their needs. So what I'm trying to do is unpack where that other planning piece has gone. The time in motion study has some numbers attached to certain things, but again, it's that high-level piece compared to, that list I gave you earlier, of the things that we know occurs when someone's putting a plan together. Yeah. So wanting to understand what your tender, what the change, because you said yourself, Minister, that it is significant, you've made significant changes. So we're trying to unpack this so we understand exactly what those significant changes are.
So, Senator Grogan, look, thank you for that. And so I think it's probably best if the NDIA takes that on notice and actually provides you more detail on that, because the numbers that you've quoted take a sort of just a slice of the broader process for 7+. So...
no, I think that's right. I think I understand where you're coming from, Senator, which is let's make sure we've got a full apples-to-apples comparison of the different component tasks that make up the overall piece of work called a plan review. And what are the changes, if any, between what is currently happening and what is in the tender. I think that's a fair summary of what you're asking for. I think we've answered that a fair way in our letter, but we will certainly take on notice to, and I'm very happy to do this again without making a habit of it, but to do it more quickly than the standard
I would be very grateful. I mean, I think as you understand, we get an awful lot of incoming from people, and one of the biggest concerns they have and biggest challenges they have is indeed around the planning piece and the review piece, where they're not understanding and I'm not understanding either. So,
we
being
will do
able
that.
to unpack
we'll do it
that.
quickly. I would ask, I'm not sure where, when you say the 5-hour piece to the 2.5-hour piece comes from, where the 5 number comes from. That's why we've set out the data that we've based this on. So I don't know whether you wanted perhaps to...
I think that highlights the need to go through this. And as they got that the initial clarification, so Senator Grogan will take that, as the CEO said, taking that on notice to provide some more detail on that particular aspect that you've raised.
If you could, that would be...
No problem at all.
Great, and to understand. And then if you could not just do it for the 7s, but also do it for the other categories.
For both.
Yeah,
that would be very useful.
Yeah. As I said, I'm not. It's not necessarily the case that we have a full mapping of the time and motion study components to the way we set it out in the tender, but we will absolutely compare the two to the greatest extent possible.
And also, in putting together the tender, you would, of course, have had a rationale for where
Correct.
the hours have sat. So,
And I think the overall comment to make, as you know, was evidenced in our letter, is that there is, and this is I guess the fundamental point, there is not in the tender structure the intent or the reality to reduce the amount of time spent overall by partners and the agency on the planning function.
but we need to understand where
Sure.
that has moved to and where the categorisation has changed to appropriately help people through this system. So the other thing I'd like to get a better understanding on is what was involved in your time and motion study. So was it done for both the local area coordinators and the early childhood pathways?
I might ask Kate Story to answer that question, if I could please, Kate.
Kate Story, Branch Manager Partner Contracts. Thanks, Martin, and thank you, Senator. The time and motion study.
Sorry, can we just turn the volume up just a wee bit?
Can you hear me okay now?
Bit better.
Better.
Okay, great. So Kate Story, Branch Manager Partner Contracts, and thank you for the question, Senator. The time in motion study was completed with our current partners in the community. That did include both local area coordination and early childhood partners. The time in motion study was conducted during the period over December 2020 through to February 2021. But was there specific information you were seeking in relation to that?
Yes. In terms of, I'd be keen to understand, you said you did it with the existing partners on the program as it stands. Was it all of them? Like, was it across the board? Was it a sample?
Yeah, that's correct. It was a sample. There were a smaller number of early childhood partners, I understand, that participated in the study. And I think we did include some sample sizes for the responses that we provided to you in the letter this week. The one item I would note is that there were a selection of activities that were reviewed as part of this time and motion study. So the key amongst those was the plan reviews, which is what we've used to provide you that comparison.
So it was a sample size and they reviewed some aspects, or I'm trying to understand the totality of your time and motion study, really.
Yeah, sure. So I think generally speaking, the time and motion did focus on plan reviews in particular. So with a greater focus on local area coordination partners. There was a smaller sample of time and motion conducted for early childhood partners, with some review of early supports delivered by early childhood partners.
Okay. And so how many plans were reviewed, or how many activities? I feel like I'm kind of pulling teeth here a little bit. There would have been a rationale and a scope for your time and motion study, and I'm keen to understand what that was. Was it, so you had a sample size, what was the instruction? Was it review everything? Was it review 10 plans? Was it, if you could just tweak out some further information, that'd be really helpful.
Senator Grogan, just before Ms Story answers, given the level of granularity that you're seeking, it might be a better one to take on notice because it is quite a granular and detailed level of information you're seeking. So rather than Ms Story doing this off the top of her head, whether, again, getting things back to you in a speedy way, but just clarifying exactly what level of detail you need, and then we can provide that about the methodology.
My only concern here is that unless Ms Story is going to provide it to me tomorrow or over the weekend, we may be in a situation where I never get it. And if Ms Story has been overseeing this time and motion study, she, I would imagine, would be in a position to be able to give me a slightly more robust scope of the rationale for that time and motion study.
Senator, without breaching any of the conventions, I see no reason why I would not be able to send you a letter next week with that information.
Okay. Or they might, just given the level of granularity, we might actually also be able to get it, in the next 24 hours. So we will.
You haven't made his day at all.
No, I prefer to early next week to make sure we get it right. But that other events will not prevent me writing to you, Senator.
Superb. And I'm keen to understand, the participants, the people who are engaged in it, so I can see the full scope. So just another couple of quick questions. The fee schedule, the definition of fixed payment versus part variable payment. Could you just step me through that?
Kate?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. So it's correct to note that there are some fixed components and some part variable components. So the fixed components are for a range of activities or functions delivered by the partner. Those fixed components will be paid at an agreed amount based on the volume set out in the request for tender and the unit price that the tenderer responds to and is ultimately agreed to by the agency. For the part variable component, 80% of that amount is fixed, with the remaining amount being variable based on the volumes delivered by the partner.
Okay, so, right. Okay. Got it.
Currently we have it's all fixed, but then we have this complicated process for both sides of trying to adjust that fixed payment for large volume variations between us, which is not efficient for anybody. So that was why we wanted to move in the new arrangement to something which had a component of variable payment dependent upon volume, while still giving a fixed amount that gives certainty for the partner to invest against in terms of hiring and training and maintaining staffing levels, etc. That's the overall rationale for that split fee structure.
So the variable piece is about volume?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. I think this gets, to be honest, frank about it, gets quite complicated in terms of the not creating perverse incentives that are there, in terms of revenue generation, while still acknowledging that more volume drives more work and more costs.
Cool. So the tender is open until the end of the year. Was there an imperative to open it before all of the wording changes, the review changes, before all of that was undertaken and before caretaker, knowing that there was a period of disruption on the horizon? Can you just take me through the imperative to have opened the tender at the point that you did?
Sure. Senator, so this is a very large and important tender, large and important function. The current contracts expire across the country, with some exceptions in New South Wales, on the 30th of June 23. It is a very big task when you're talking about the size of operation here to put a full tender out to allow appropriate time for bidders to submit the large amounts of information required, then to properly evaluate those submissions, make a decision that is valid, meeting probity and commercial tests, then finalise contracts, and then go into the transition period so that if there are changes of providers in a particular region, service remains seamless and ongoing for participants at that date. All those steps certainly take all the time that we have between now and the 30th of June 23, which is why the tender was released when it was, on the authority of the board. certainly the tender gives very great flexibility to the board to not proceed, to vary and so forth before a final decision or decisions are made as to who is contracted to do exactly what.
Can I just, Senator Over, just to reassure you and the committee, there seemed to be an inference that this had been brought forward with undue haste and without sufficient consultation. That is certainly not the case. It has been, we've had extensive consultations, as the CEO said, feedback from market engagement activities, and importantly also through the IAC, through their paper on supporting LACs to be LACs and supporting best practices in the sector. So, as the CEO has said, we acknowledge that this is such a critically important part of the scheme, and to make sure that we get it right. So, you know, this hasn't been rushed, and certainly, you know, this is the right time to do something as big as it is, and as important as it is.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks. Now, I note that we've had the NDIS Quality and Safeguard Commission and Commissioner and the Registrar join us. So, Senator Grogan, did you have questions to direct to them, please?
Yes.
Sorry, we'll go straight on to those then.
Thank you, Mr. Hoffman.
Thanks, Senator.
The appointment of the Complaints Commissioner is something I'd like to ask some questions about. So in the question on notice 001 regarding the appointment of the Complaints Commissioner, it says that the cost of the contract with NGS Global to recruit her was $49,343. And enclosed with the answer is a 10-page document authored by NGS Global. What else was provided by NGS Global for that $50,000? I don't even know who I'm talking to.
Senator, the document that was attached to that, Samantha Taylor, Registrar with the NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission. The document that was attached to that question on notice was the candidate information pack, which had NGS Global's logo on it alongside the Commission. It was information to assist prospective candidates in understanding what would be required as part of the application process and what the Commission was looking for. In addition to that very small component of the arrangement, NGS Global did a national executive search. They engaged with a number of experts around the country to identify a potential pool of candidates. They assisted the Commission in shortlisting those candidates. They undertook extensive interviews with shortlisted candidates before supporting the panel and with the shortlist outcomes of the particular engagement. So it was an end-to-end process for a very senior role in the Commission, and those costs were associated with the end-to-end process.
And so how long was that contract period with NGS?
Senator, I don't have that at hand. We can provide that to you later today. The contract term would be as published. The contract was published as required.
Great, if you could get that to us later today, that'd be lovely. And how heavily was the Commission involved with the production of the checklist and any other materials used for the recruitment?
I presume, Senator, if I can just clarify that you're referring to the candidate information pack and the criteria that that prospective candidates needed to meet in as part of their and demonstrate as part of their application. Is that?
Yeah, all of the materials that you may
checklist?
have used in the selection process.
Yeah. So, Senator, a lot of that material was generated by the NDIS Commission, of course. The Complaints Commissioner role was not a new role. It was a role that had been established and recruited to, in fact, on 2 prior occasions with 2 previous incumbents. The capabilities that were being sought are very similar, with some very minor refinement to the previous recruitment actions to fill that role.
Okay. So I'm keen to understand how Ms Latham met the selection criteria of the public sector leadership position. So of course there's the commission piece, but then in addition there's another set of criteria which goes to the public sector leadership piece. And I'm sure you're familiar with it. Everything from demonstrates high level leadership, manages large complex operations, etc., etc. But item 4, which is a high level of judgment, is one I'd particularly like to look at. Given the issues we've seen in Ms Latham's previous position, the issue of a high level of judgment is one that is of concern. I wonder if you could take us through that.
Chair, can I just in terms of this line of questioning, I think Senator Grogan is coming very close to the line of what is appropriate. So in relation to an individual in the public service, given she is a senior public servant, it's one thing, but to actually go through and unpick in public the panel's deliberations in relation to an individual's suitability, and clearly Senator Grogan is casting aspersions on the individual concerned, and I just don't think that that is appropriate. Maybe we could just seek some guidance in terms of what is appropriate for committees to air in public, particularly if there is a grievance or a concern about an individual. I'm not sure it's appropriate
maybe
to air
I could
that
give
publicly.
My intention is only to refer to public material, public statements and publicly available information.
But Senator, you were actually going into concerns about the suitability in particular criteria, and that is something that the panel would have considered. So anyway, I'm certainly not saying you can't ask general questions, but going into such detail about an individual public servant and about your doubts about a person's suitability, I think is starting to stray into an area that we need to seek some advice on.
Okay, so just on that basis, I think there's the element of whether it's relevant to the situation, which it possibly is, but it would be more along the lines of public interest immunity claim, or else perhaps put them on notice so that the right answers can be provided, or the level of public acknowledgement that could be done.
Well, I'll just express a desire to understand the assessment of that criteria, that particular criteria, and the public sector leadership criteria in general, and I'll place that on notice, and you can provide whatever you feel is appropriate to come back to.
Yep. We will do so. Thank you, Senator Grogan.
That's great. Thank you.
But I will say, and again, this is all on the public record and has been explored quite in some depth with the Legal and Constitutional Affairs estimates over time.
But as I said, Senator Grogan, I'm not familiar with the deliberations of Legal and Constitutional. So I'm not trying to say that we shouldn't answer the question, but it's one thing to cast aspersions about, ministers or other MPs, but it's quite another to cast aspersions about a public servant. So we just want to make sure that this is done appropriately.
Yep, that's fine.
So there is a fact of matter at Ms Latham's oversight of the robo-debt decisions while registrar at the AAT, which again is on the public record.
But again, Senator Grogan, just by raising that, you are casting aspersions on what is a highly politicised issue. You are casting aspersions now by even just raising that against that individual public servant. And I don't think that that is the appropriate forum for that. So that's why I want to seek guidance, because you have other, I mean, you can certainly step out of this room and, I mean, I'm still not very appropriate about, professional public servants and the process they've gone through, but you are now definitely casting aspersions by the way that you're asking these questions and the way you're framing it quite politically, which is why I think the chair has offered to put...
The basis of my concern is that the role is one that is critical to people with disabilities. It's a critical role, yes, and requires very sensitive and very detailed judgment. And I'm, yes, very concerned by the situation, by the history and by the decision-making of said public servant.
So Senator,
yes,
I understand that, and that was,
going.
this was done at this was not an executive decision or appointment. This was something done, as I understand, by the Commission through all of the normal and sort of the appropriate APS procedures, as has been enunciated here by the Commission, through a panel and about internal panel decisions in line with that normal process. So I think I certainly don't dispute your ability or as a senator to question, but again, you're now directly casting aspersions on a senior public servant who was appointed through the normal processes. And
well, maybe if I could just talk about process for a moment, because in a past life I worked for the Public Sector Commission. So I'm very, very familiar with how this process works. I'm very, very familiar with the amount of rigour that is applied under the Public Sector Commissioner to these situations, which is why I am slightly aghast at what was on the public record, what was well known at the time, the judgment piece, and yet I want to understand if those things were considered.
Senator, I think we've agreed that we'll provide you what we can. I would just make the point that this was a relatively experienced panel. The acting commissioner was on it. One of my deputy secretaries, experienced deputy secretaries, Mr. Flavelle, the deputy CEO of the NDIA, Ms. Studdert, and the Disability Discrimination Commissioner. So it's. I just want to make that point. It was a pretty experienced panel. We will get you what we can in terms of what's appropriate, in terms of the panel's deliberations.
And Senator, just on, there is, as you've pointed out, there is a very rigorous process, which is at arm's length, completely at arm's length from the government of the day. And while there might be media stories, which are highly politically charged and motivated, part of the joys of our democracy is having some of these debates publicly, to suggest that this panel of professionals should go on sort of politicised media reports, I think is a bit unfortunate. So we will, as the Secretary has said, we will go away and in whatever is appropriate, we'll seek guidance and advice. We'll answer the question on the process.
I dispute that this is just some form of political point scoring. It really isn't. It is a genuine concern.
And I understand that, and that's why we will seek the appropriate advice to make sure that we're not doing anything that's not appropriate to the interests of the individual and also the process. So we will come back and answer that in a way that is entirely appropriate. So I think we understand your concerns and we understand the issue. But again, I just want to make sure that we do the right thing by the process, but also by the individual as well.
And can I just, a point of clarity, I'm not making any accusations against the panel whatsoever. As I say, having worked in the Commission, I'm well aware of the rigour. And so for me, those two things don't line up. So is there some other point at play here? Is there some other issue at play? So if you could take that as well.
No, absolutely, but with the greatest of respect, given this was a panel decision and deliberation, you are absolutely casting aspersions on the eminent members of the panel as well.
Well, the panel could have a perfectly reasonable justification. There could well have been a consideration of the matter and a decision made through whatever means, because those panels have the ability to search for further information and to do a whole range of other things, which I'm well aware of. So no, Senator Reynolds, I'm not.
Okay.
Well, we need to move on to further questioning if you have others who have decided to take that on notice, and which is perfectly acceptable, and we'll now move on to your next question.
Right, where are we at now? Just to follow up the NDIA, I think
have you finished
we
with the
might
commission?
be done with the commission,
Have
actually.
you finished with the commission?
Yeah.
Thank you very much, ladies, for joining us, and so apologies for the changes of time for you during the course of the day, but thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, Senator.
On the issue of rapid antigen tests, the NDIA had responded to a question on notice, which is 002, that only one provider has been contacted regarding rapid antigen tests.
Good afternoon, Senator. Lisa Studdert, Deputy Chief Executive Officer, NDIA. I don't have that question right in front of me at the moment, but I believe that was in response to a question by one of your colleagues about contact from one of the providers in Tasmania.
Mm-hmm.
And we responded to confirm that we had contact with that provider and confirmed, I believe, that they had access to rapid antigen tests through the distributions that the agency had arranged to SIL providers.
Okay, so in the broader terms, are we confident that the rapid antigen test access is as it should be?
Yes, Senator, we are. As of the end of March, we're up to about 3.2 million tests that have been distributed to SIL providers with 3 or more participants.
3.26.
3.26, thank you, Minister. There's another 2.4 that will still be distributed between now and the end of June. We have also maintained an open line to providers that aren't receiving them through that mechanism to contact us and arrange for a distribution to be made to them for some of the smaller providers that we aren't doing regular distributions to.
And how many have contacted you, those small providers across Australia?
I'd have to get the exact number for you, Senator, but I believe it's a small number. I think it was less than 100 last time I asked for that advice, but I'm very happy to get that for you. And we're able to respond very quickly to those and have tests distributed within a few days. And of course, participants, as we've said before at this committee, are able to use their plan funds to purchase tests for themselves and for the workers that are supporting them, where that enables them to receive the supports they need safely.
And has there any concerns been raised about those costs? I mean, I know I myself have spent $50 this week buying rapid antigen tests as my colleagues fall around me.
I think that's a common occurrence around this building at the moment.
And I guess my concern that if that's coming from their plan, is there enough scope in their plan to be doing that on an ongoing basis?
Yes. Yes, Senator, we believe there is. We're monitoring that closely. We have a ability for participants who are feeling concerned that their plan funds will not stretch to covering the tests that they need to contact the agency and to arrange for a plan review and adjustment to be made. But as of the end of March, I checked on that again, there have been none of those calls received.
That's amazing.
Well, I think in the scheme of many participant plans, the costs, while of course they are real, they're not significant relative to what we see in plan funds and where there is less than 100% utilisation, we believe.
And many, so those in SIL accommodation, for example, looked after by sewer providers actually can access them through the sewer provider as well. So there's multiple avenues.
Great. So at this point, you haven't needed to seek further tests or try and source them or any of those things? It's going
No,
well?
I think it's going smoothly. We feel confident that there is coverage for those providers, that there is adequate supply out there. And of course, if I'm found to be wrong in answering this question, we will absolutely respond as promptly as a few days we can arrange a distribution. I think at last hearing I mentioned that there obviously with the flood situations, there's been some delays in being able to get distributions to some of the services in those areas, but we're trying to make arrangements as best we can with other emergency services provisions to ensure that those supplies are getting through as in a timely manner as possible.
So at this point, you'd say you've had no complaints, no issues raised?
None that we haven't been able to respond to with a response in terms of a distribution or, well, as I said, we haven't had any requirements to adjust plan funding at this stage.
And also, Senator Grogan, many participants, in fact, I think 85% of participants are also concession card holders, so they're also eligible to get them through that means. So some of them may well be using that first and not had the need to then draw on their plans.
Cool. I seem to have jumped the gun. Have we lost the commission?
We have, sorry.
Okay, I might need to put those on notice. Or maybe I could just have a crack and see, maybe you can ask the questions.
You can give it a go, Senator Grogan.
Thank you. There was a question on notice regarding the future state of the NDIS Commission. It was 09. It was referred to, I'll just find it so I can read it to you in case you may not have it in front of you. So the NDIS Quality and Safeguard Commission has commenced work on articulating the future state of the NDIS Commission. This work will consider a number of elements which will ensure the NDIS Commission is able to fulfil its core functions and uphold the rights and promote the wellbeing of people with a disability. The future state of the NDIS Commission will be a co-design with people with a disability, service providers and NDIS Commission staff, is what the response was to the question. Can you give us a bit of a sense of what that initiative is? Because the question that was asked was one about staffing, so it was quite a new to see the mention of such a program of reform.
Yes, I can, Senator Grogan, and since this government introduced the Commission in 2018, it has gone through we've taken, maybe I'll put it this another way, the Commission was introduced because prior to that it had been largely an unregulated market, sort of about an $8 billion a year market across states, territories and Commonwealth investments in disability supports. Today it's over nearly $33 billion market. So we introduced the Commission in 2018 and the Commission initially had was required to create a new national regulatory framework from very different regimes across states and territories. And so the Commission has done that in quite an extraordinary and a very effective way. But like any new organisation, it does need to mature. And there are lessons that are being learnt. And this is why the Commissioner herself is in Perth. She's going around the nation, meeting with states and territory ministers and stakeholders, including providers, participants, to actually get a sense of where, in terms of market stewardship, but also quality and safeguards, how to get that balance right. And there are certainly some things that need maturing in terms of processes in that market stewardship in particular and in relation to registration. So to deliver that future state, we obviously need to have the Commission that is fit for purpose to do that. So as part of that review, the Commissioner is doing what the Commissioner has been asked to do, and that is to work through what the Commission needs to look like going forward to make sure that it can provide effective quality assurance, safeguarding assurance, but also to make sure that it's an effective market steward. So that's the process that the new commissioner is going through at the moment. In the last budget, we did provide an additional $92 million over 4 years to provide additional support to the Commission in a very quickly growing market and provider numbers. And so that is the process that the Commission is going through at the moment, is really what does the future look like as a market regulator, and how do we get there?
And there's two elements to the work that the Minister's talking about. There's a formal framework review which is done periodically, and then I think the specifics in that Quan, and I'm speaking for the Commission here a bit, but relate to her own motion initiative when she came into the job to have a look at structure, staffing levels and all those sorts of things. So there's two elements to this.
And just so, thank you, Secretary. So in relation to that, in the last budget, we did provide just under $900,000 for the Commission to be able to go through and do that framework review.
Okay.
Which is currently underway.
And so, obviously in the process of developing and maturing, to what extent, if any, is the Commission not been hitting the straps that it should have been, or hitting the mark of where it was supposed to be?
Look, Senator Grogan, I wouldn't actually put it that way. I think that, like the NDIA, it's done an extraordinary job to stand up, from not a single, as the agency itself has done, sort of went from a standing start from no staff, no procedures, policies, paperwork, and is at the point where it is now supporting 500,000 Australians. There are clearly things that need to mature, that we know, lessons we've learned, and that's exactly the same thing now with the Commission, is that after 4 years of operation and having a look forward, there are ways to continually improve. So I look at it as a continuous improvement process in terms of keeping the practices and policies that are working well, but looking at how that matures. And that's sort of encompassed in the framework review.
Cool. And so the focus there, I mean, you were talking about market stewardship. Would you say what are the core pieces that it's felt need that development pace?
Well, given that it was an unregulated market, and obviously, given that we're dealing with 500 of our permanent and significantly disabled Australians, many of whom are incredibly vulnerable, it's getting the balance right between ensuring that we have robust quality and safeguarding provisions. And as you know, we introduced what I call the Anne-Marie Smith Bill. That legislation was passed to improve, and you know better than most about that case, and how we do that. But it's also about a very important balance between how do we do that quality and safeguarding piece, how does the Commission do that in conjunction with the NDIA in particular, to make sure that we still have a viable market. So one of the consultations the Commission is doing at the moment, it's something that I've heard very much from providers, is that we need to make sure that those providers who are providing quality in a safe way, that they get some benefit, for example, to registration, and that we work with participants to so that they can better exert their own choice and control in terms of who they engage. So, it might be in future that we have a star rating or something similar for providers, but also for those who are doing the right thing and providing a quality service, that we have possibly a lighter touch of auditing, so that, again, there is benefit to being, some people have to register, but others don't. So it's those sorts of issues, and that's exactly what the Commission is now doing, as I have over the last 12 months heard that we need to evolve that so that people who are on the scheme actually get true choice and control for quality services, and that market is a viable market.
So on the issue of upholding the rights of people with a disability, is there further development work or improvement work that needs to occur in that area?
Look, I think that there's always, when you're regulating and overseeing vulnerable Australians, whether it's in the health sector, whether it's in the aged care sector or the disability sector, there is always work to be done. And I think we can see from the 3 Royal Commissions that the government has stood up that there is absolutely more work to be done. One example of that, of the commissions working together, is on unauthorised restrictive practices, the use of psychotropic drugs, the inappropriate use of psychotropic drugs for behavioural modification, or for control, is something that the 3 commissions are now working on in a way to improve practices, to change practices, to reduce unauthorised use of these psychotropic drugs. So yes, there are always things, but as the Royal Commission, for example, the Disability Royal Commission, identifies issues, it gives us now an opportunity to work together in a bipartisan way to fix them. And that's exactly what we're doing. That's what we did with the Anne-Marie Smith bill. And certainly, I cannot think that anybody here would not work together on, the inappropriate use of psychotropic drugs.
And the framework review, Senator, has sort of six sort of elements to it. And number one is upholding the rights of people with disability, including their rights as consumers. So the framework review will look at each of those 6 elements.
And what's the timeframe on that framework review?
I'm not sure of the end date.
The funding, so that nearly $900,000 from memory is over 2 years. So I presume it's for 2 years, but I will... and here comes Mr Mansfield with the answer.
Senator Luke Mansfield, Acting Chief Operating Officer. June 2023 is the funding runs until June 2023, and the framework review is intended to be completed by that time across two phases.
Maybe you'd like to outline just briefly the 2 phases.
So the first phase is largely focused on initial policy gaps requiring priority attention and looking at things like the literature, the data, the current practices, and consultation with key stakeholders on some early learnings and any urgent areas for potential change or focus. And then the second stage is more detailed consultation and evaluation involving targeted and detailed engagement with particular stakeholder groups, including participants, their families, carers, nominees, guardians, and providers, to assess any need for more significant changes to the framework.
And also, I think critically important too is that the government and also the Commissioner, as part of this, is absolutely focused on putting participants at the centre of this, creating a new regulator. So we've gone from an unregulated national market where we've had wildly different standards, and in fact sometimes no standards at all between states and territories. So that's all part of actually pulling all of this together into what does good look like.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Back to the NDIA. I think if there's anything more for the Commission, it probably would be good to put them on notice if you could, Senator Grogan, so that the Commissioner gets an opportunity to respond directly.
Yeah, no, we'll go back.
We'll go back. No, she's had a meeting.
Yeah. Okay, I'll let you keep going.
Do you want to do that one or which one? The annual price review. Page 14.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to get an update on a few things. The annual price review. I think the NDIA previously indicated the results of the annual price review would be released.
Can you speak up, Senator?
Sorry,
thank you.
Sorry, Minister. The annual price review. The NDIA had previously indicated the results of that review would be released in March of 22. Will that be released? And when will that be released?
Senator, the price review comes into effect normally from July, the board will be considering the recommendations this month, and as we've previously always done, trying to give as much notice to the sector, but a minimum of one month for the effect of changes, and so that's the process that we're currently working through.
So before the election then? Assuming
I don't know when the election is, and so maybe you do.
Well, maybe the minister, but in the next 2 weeks, are you going to provide an indication of that in the next 2 weeks?
Senator, the board hasn't met to consider that yet, so it's difficult for me to say. I wouldn't expect so. No.
But just on that, just so there's no sort of inference that that the government, there is a very clear process and statutory requirements and responsibilities to do this. But I know the board is looking at this very carefully, and there are also other considerations to take into account. So, for example, more detailed liaison with the Commission itself, because to make sure in terms of quality and safeguarding considerations, there are also inputs that are still required, I understand, from the Commission to make sure that that is reflected in the pricing. So I'm sure the board will continue to deliberate in the best interests of participants in the scheme. So this is not a government decision.
No, I get that. So the results of the review, have they been included in the budget, or is it something that happens once the decision's made to release the annual price?
Well, it's not actually, the pricing doesn't per se impact on the budget. It's actually participants' plans. And so over time, changes to pricing will be reflected in participants' plans, and that is what is reflected in the budget.
So to amplify
Please.
on that, Esther, so as you'd be aware, the scheme actuary prepares the formal statutory AFSR, the Financial Sustainability Report, each year. That includes within it allowances for cost escalations, inflation, indexation, and so forth. That's what's in the modelling in the AFSR, so there's an allowance there. The budget process then takes that, and the budget process, ERC, etc., then considers that and comes up with the announcement. You'll be aware that the budget this year made significant additional commitments to the funding levels, including both at MyEFO before Christmas and then in the March budget. So allowances are made in those forecasts for expected indexation and cost adjustments.
And in fact, just on that point, the Commonwealth Government over the forward estimates has fully funded what the actuarial estimates are to the tune of $157 billion. So it is absolutely fully funded in accordance with what the estimates are.
I guess my main question is, why haven't the results of the review been released, and particularly for the therapy prices? Why have they not been released yet?
Well, Senator, I'm not familiar with the statement that it was all going to be released in March. That maybe someone somewhere had said that, or we'd said that, but I don't recall that. The process is not late, it's proceeding to time. The board considers it at around this time of year for effect in 1 July, or other times as the board decides it should come into effect. Therapy prices are one of the issues that are being considered. That's been flagged. There's been an extensive consultation and submission process about that and other matters. So the process is coming to completion now in terms of board consideration as per schedule.
My understanding is correct that Ernst & Young had been contracted to do some work on therapy support pricing. Is that right?
So we engaged Ernst & Young to assist our internal pricing economics team on not just that element, but more broadly. We also engaged other support for very extensive cost benchmarking survey of providers to submit in confidence their costs, margins, etc., to build up the disability support worker cost model. So yes, there's been external expertise to assist our internal cost pricing team.
And how long have they been working on that?
They were engaged, I can get the precise details, but they were engaged last year.
What month?
I don't know the exact month to hand, but they were engaged last year and they've continued their work, and their work's now being completed.
When was it completed?
It would have been completed earlier this year, and then leading into the internal and board considerations, as I've said.
And was it just for one lot of work, or do they have a couple other pieces of work with respect to that therapy support pricing?
I'm sorry, Senator, could you just repeat that question?
Was it just one work? Did they just provide one report, or was there multiple reports?
No, they provided advice on a number of elements of the price review. There are a range of pricing elements that need to be considered, including therapy, support coordination, plan management, the disability support worker cost model, which goes to the largest area of spending in the scheme, which is what you might term attendant care, the overhead model associated with the hourly rates that come from the SHADS award. As the Minister previously mentioned, one of the particular areas of focus this year was the costs of quality and safeguards and ensuring they are properly allowed for. We've also looked at the costs of the ongoing costs of COVID and infection control. So there's been a range of areas that have been flagged in the communications as to what the pricing review will cover.
Okay. Did you want anything else on this one? All right. I might leave it there for now, Chair.
Okay, so is there any further questions for NDIA? Have you got further, Senator Grogan? Senator Ciccone? Okay. On that basis, we will now release the NDIA and finish program 3.2, and we'll be moving on to Services Australia. Do you want to do that now, or do you want to go to lunch a few minutes early and come back?
We could go early, come back early.
Yep. Is everybody happy to?
We're very happy to do that, or if depends on how long you need them for. Otherwise, we've got them here, so we could actually push through.
We'll keep going. All right, we'll keep going. So we'll now move on then to Services Australia, and we can just change officials. We might suspend for 2 minutes while we just do the change. With our review of Services Australia, whole of portfolio and corporate matters, and I'll go first to Senator Ciccone.
Thank you, Chair. So last week in estimates, I think on the Friday, Ms Skinner said that in relation to the forecasts, there was a cut of 2,719 workers from the last financial year's peak, that the attrition take care of reduction. I just wanted to ask, in which areas was that attrition, or did it occur in?
Senator, thank you. Just so we're clear with the actual numbers, so it's 2,031, which was the one-off average staffing level increase for the administration of the COVID disaster payments, and those staff some of those staff sort of continue because we've had a continued pandemic leave, disaster payment, and of course the floods. So most of that staffing, in fact nearly all of that staffing, resides in the customer service delivery group. So where those roles will take attrition and some contracts will come to an end, things like that, is in the customer service delivery group.
Okay, so there won't be any critical frontline services that will be impacted?
No, Senator, because we have a baseline that provides the support for all those critical frontline services. So this is additional staff on top of that. And I think, as I outlined in the testimony last week, if there was to be a continuation of emergencies and crisis, and in the same way that we've worked with government over appropriate staffing levels so that we can support those sorts of emergencies, we would expect to continue to do so.
All right. I guess what are the contingencies in place? Should there be further sort of pandemics or flood disasters and the like?
Well, we have strong planning in place that we've, of course, used. You can see that we've been able to support, over 1.5 million customers, for example, with the floods, not only with payments, but close to sort of 25,000 people also out on the ground supporting customers in some of those most hardest hit areas. So the contingency is that we'll continue at the moment to hold a range of that staffing, and while that is why we have some flexible workforce in terms of non-ongoing Australian public servants and a great cohort of called intermittent employees who sort of do casualised work, but they can scale up that casual work, or they sometimes will do a bit less. And we have a pool of people that help us from time to time on those things. And we also have, with our service delivery partners, some contractual arrangements that allow us to pop the service delivery system up a little bit if we need to.
Just on another matter, do you have, over the next 12 months, any plans to close any more Centrelink offices?
No, we don't, Senator.
Okay. And how about over the forwards, beyond the next 12 months?
We currently consider that the front-facing service centre footprint is fit for purpose, and we have no current plans to adjust the size of that in any way. We are currently going through a tremendous process of refitting and refreshing those service centres, and we hope to conclude most of that work over the next sort of 3 years.
Okay, so no plans to
And
close
if any
further.
member of the committee would like to go and visit those new service centres in their own areas, we'd be delighted to facilitate that, because it's quite something.
I'll leave mine there for now, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Senator Grogan. Oh, sorry, have you still got hold of portfolio, or moving into outcome one?
Yeah, same area.
Okay, that's okay.
I'd like to turn to the robo-debt scheme, which I would characterise as illegal, extortionate and inaccurate. And the responses that we've been provided with in our attempts to obtain the key documents about robo-debt's origins have failed miserably. And I'm keen to understand, in your most recent question on notice, we've now had the introduction of the idea of an executive minute that would disclose deliberations of Cabinet. Is that the position that you are now taking?
Look, I think, Senator Grogan, I don't have a copy of the correspondence. Oh, yes, I do. Sorry, no, I do. I do have one here, but I think it is very clear the reasons that I've renewed the claim for public interest immunity in relation to this scheme.
Okay, so yeah,
So
I mean,
it's
that's
already been accepted as a public interest immunity by this committee.
right. And so, are you also claiming it as a Cabinet in confidence, like a belt and braces sort of approach?
Would you like me to table a copy of the letter? Would that help, Senator Grogan?
The letter?
The letter, the most recent letter to the committee that have accepted.
This is about the public
yes,
interest
thank
immunity,
you.
which
That would
has
be very
been
helpful.
accepted.
Okay, I think this is the... My one is. Can you just make sure that's so I'll just make sure this is the latest.
Why don't I do the next one while I'm waiting, and you can do the last one? Is that right? While that's being sorted, why don't we just spin on so we
Keep
don't...
on going, that's great.
That would be great, because that letter may well just answer all my questions, which...
It may well do, and in fact, I think it does. But I think one critically important part to note is that one of the reasons is that not all potential claimants have had their claims extinguished yet, so this is actually still an open matter.
So, yeah, sorry, my information was that we still had the two options, and the last time we'd questioned Senator Ruston, she was unable to confirm and was waiting for your response, which is obviously that letter, which I was not aware of. So,
yeah, so the Federal Court did confirm on the 11th of June last 2021 that there are still individuals whose claims have not yet been extinguished by the current process. So the letter's just coming now, Senator Grogan.
Cool. Maybe we could just turn to some budget items while we're waiting. There's a particular line item which is in the Service Australia Portfolio Budget Statement on page 192, where, thank you very much, where there is what appears to be a drop from 3.3 billion down to 2.7 for employee benefits. I wonder if you could just talk me through what that's about.
One for the CEO, I think.
Senator, I might ask the Chief Financial Officer to come to the table. I'm going to chance my arm and suggest that's to do with the size of the workforce, but I will have the CFO.
I would chance my arm that too, but just keen for the detail.
However, to make sure that we get the right information
answer,
for you.
We'll get the CFO, who will be in shortly.
I'm afraid we're running estimates a little bit like speed dating this week, so apologies for the inconvenience for anyone.
No problems at all. Angela Diamond, CFO, and
Thank you.
the CEO is correct. The reason for that drop is as a result of the ASL, reducing.
The
average staffing level.
Yeah.
So noting that is different from this year to next year. That
So
is
can you explain
representative.
to us the drop in the staffing?
Senator, I think it goes to the 2031 that is part of that process that Senator Ciccone was asking about.
Okay.
That's right. So it's actually reflected of the new ASL, which if you go to page 170 for 22-23, which is the 26,150 in terms of staffing levels that has been, forecasted as part of 22-23.
Mm-hmm.
Senator Grogan, I think an important point, particularly for Services Australia budget and ASL, is to note that, as the CEO has already indicated, that the budget provides the baseline funding, but then as the staffing surges throughout the year to meet particular demands, so pandemic demands, disaster demands,
fires,
we do all of that. We do then do supplementation throughout the year to deal with those surges.
And so is there anything else in that, or is it just purely and simply the ASL?
Fundamentally, that's the actual change from the 3.3 to the 2.7 billion.
On the same page, there's also...
Sorry, which page?
Sorry, 192.
Thank you.
There seems to be a significant drop in the budget for suppliers, down from 2 billion to 1.13. Can you talk me through what's in that?
Yep.
Or
so,
what's the point, what's not in that?
Right, that's fundamentally in terms of the contractors. So there is a reduction in contractors, again because of budget measures, but also in terms of projects. So we have less project funding in 22-23 than we do in this current financial year.
And so those contractors, so can you, what sort of projects,
if I can
contractors?
assist, Senator, so for example, the Welfare Payment Infrastructure Transformation Program, which is one of the very, very large programs that's been going for around 7 years, that concludes at the end of this financial year. So, for example, there would have been contractor and other costs associated with that budget measure, and that budget measure concludes. So you don't need that funding. It isn't reflected into the next financial year. So we have a range of projects that we are funded for, and that they will come onto the books and conclude. Mostly, we have funding for most of those for about, they tend to take us about 2 years, so we tend to have 2 years funding for a lot of those projects. Some of them come to conclusion. If other projects are added into the program, later they might be picked up at the MyEFO portfolio additional estimates or something like that.
Okay. And are there other aspects in there, or is it just predominantly that welfare reform piece?
That is a major one, but there are some other programs that come to an end. Miss Darman might be able to help there.
And the other is the COVID disaster payment. We actually had an increase in our labour hire. Again, contractors, that is part of the supplier budget there. So that's the reason for the actual decrease as well. As you can see, in terms of this financial year, we received about $901 million to cover for COVID disaster payment, along with the PDLP, so the Pandemic Leave Disaster Payment, along with the AGDRP in terms of the floods. So that particular funding was not only to cover off in terms of employees, but also labour on hire and, contractor costs. So that's why you've actually see that drop in those two lines, because of that additional, services that we're providing in terms of this current financial year.
Okay, so there's the welfare reform piece, there's the COVID disaster payments of various types, and the administration of those. Is there anything else in that line that has been cut?
Unless there's, and there'd be other, minor, budget measures as well that would be included in that.
Any reduction?
We'd need to take on notice if you wanted an explicit list, because I think
I don't have
we
that.
have the very large.
That's right, terminating measures, etc. But they are the key, changes in terms of our budget that we just outlined.
So we'll take that on notice, Senator Grogan, and provide you with that more detailed breakdown.
Yeah, and is it just terminating and ending of things that have finished?
Absolutely.
Is there any reduction to any of the programs reflected in that cut?
No, because that is part of our baseline funding.
Okay. If you could provide us with a list, that would be really helpful.
Not a problem.
Thank you.
Senator Grogan, have you finished? I'm just going to go. Senator Patrick's on the line, so we're just going to do it by teleconference if that was okay. Okay, Senator Patrick, are you able to hear us? Yes? We'll give you the call.
Yes, you speak, Chair, and I appear.
Aren't we lucky?
We're lucky. Thank you very much, Chair. I've got just some questions actually for the Minister in relation to Corey Webb, and the Minister will recall that I did discuss this issue with her and with the department. To give the committee just some context, in sometime before January 2017, Corey received a robo-debt. The date of the robo-debt is unknown to us, but he made a final payment on the 20th of January 2017, and sadly, on the 17th of April 2017, he took his own life. The mother, Corey's mother, then received a phone call from Centrelink as a result of the robo-debt proceedings, and basically that was the first the mum became aware of the robo-debt, and the department basically offered to pay her back the $2,000 that had been incorrectly calculated. Now, Minister, I approached you. The family wants some closure on this. They want a full understanding of what it is that Centrelink or Services Australia knew, and whilst I acknowledge that you worked with me and asked the department to provide as much information as they can, what was returned was very formal-looking letters that went to the debt that was involved and the collection recovery, but nothing on as to the files, the file notes of any conversation with Corey, or indeed any information about how the department calculated the debt. The family is still very upset by that response, and Minister, it just seems that there's no empathy here in circumstances where it's my very strong view, and you know how familiar I am with FOI, that the FOI Act permits the disclosure of this sort of information on even though it's personal, on strong public interest grounds. I don't know if there's anything you can say to me, Minister.
Senator Patrick, through you, Chair. As you know, I'm very aware of these very tragic circumstances, and I'm just seeking an update. Unfortunately, Service Australia General Counsel is sick with COVID, so she's not here today. I am just seeing what more information I can get, but as you know, it is quite a complex issue in terms of what Services Australia, what information can be provided to whom. And as you know, we've been seeking to provide as much as possible to the family, given the circumstances, which I won't obviously air private circumstances publicly. So with your indulgence, Senator Patrick, I am very keen to get more information to you. Could I perhaps offer that the CEO and our General Counsel perhaps have a conversation with you offline, and when she's so that you can have that direct contact. When is that possible?
Yes, Minister. I think we can talk both to you, Senator, and we can see if there's anything further we can work with the family with.
But in essence, what's happened is the Minister has already engaged in this, has already pushed for the department to release information, and what was eventually released was information that is very procedural type letters, as opposed to the records involved in terms of the conversations that were had in regards to any dispute as to the debt. Even an understanding of how the debt was calculated.
So, Senator Patrick, just on that, so again, I don't want to mislead the committee, because I'm just going off memory now, because we don't have. However, my understanding is at the time, as you know, additional information was sought to actually ensure that the law was being followed by Services Australia in terms of some of the constraints. And that they did, with the additional information that was received, they did provide as much as they legally could. But again, I don't want, given we don't have the Chief Counsel here, Senator Patrick, and so you don't have to put this on notice and wait until the new Parliament. So this is the thing, if we can organise for you to talk to the CEO, which she's indicated she's very happy to do, and also with the Chief Counsel, in a forum that's not public like this, airing the family's circumstances. Would that be acceptable?
Well, as you're aware, Minister, the family went on to the ABC and told the entire story over a 20-minute interview.
Yeah. But Senator Patrick, as you know, just because people have done that, it does not release the Commonwealth from their legal obligations, particularly if there are different perspectives at play. So, and I'm not saying there are in this case, I'm not sort of presupposing any of the circumstances, but if you're happy, I think in the first instance, if you would like to unpack some of that with the Chief Counsel and the CEO together, that might assist.
Okay, so an FOI decision was made that I strongly believe is erroneous, in that it did not take into consideration properly the guidelines that go to the interests in circumstances where it is a parent of a deceased child requesting information. There are rulings on this that I don't think were properly considered by the department. And what's happened is that the mother has now been put into a cycle of 2-year delay that will flow from the Information Commissioner having the matter. That they haven't even been assigned a case officer yet, and I'm fearful that I get to a department that just says, well, there's a process in play, and that leaves the parent and the family, the mum and the family, again, unable to get closure on this for a couple of years. And it,
so, Senator Senator Patrick, as you know, I am very sympathetic, which is why I've been working with you on this. But as I understand, again, we unfortunately don't have the General Counsel here because of COVID, but my understanding is, this is in general terms now, not in relation to the specifics of this case, is that someone's passing doesn't necessarily release a agency, in this case Services Australia, from certain legal and privacy considerations. And again, in a general sense, not in relation to this case, is that the standing of somebody, be they parents or not, there are still certain requirements that attach to that. And I know from previous portfolios, occasionally individuals are clear who they want to have access to their records and who they don't, which does survive in many cases people's death. So again, I'm not saying that general principle is relevant in this case, but that is exactly, those are the sorts of considerations I think that we've offered to have, and I understand your concern, Senator, and you don't agree with the FOI ruling, but as a next step, if you meet personally with the CEO and the General Counsel, and they can, in camera, in this case either through the committee or separately, have that discussion with you.
All right. Well, I'm back in Canberra tomorrow because I've got water estimates on, and I wonder whether or not we can make some time to sit down and maybe the remedy is a new decision gets made in the context of an Information Commissioner review, which is possible under the Act.
That will entirely depend, Senator Patrick. So I'll leave it to the CEO to work through the committee with you. But I suspect that the General Counsel may still be crook at home with COVID tomorrow.
Well, there's more than one lawyer in the department, respectfully, Minister.
Senator, that's right. But I will need an opportunity to determine the detail of the information and who is best placed to provide the proper support for the conversation. I just don't know that off the top of my head. You are right. Well, we do have a large legal practice.
Oh, okay. And I'll just put on record before I conclude this is that my fear is, and that you could understand how the parents would apprehend a bias in relation to Services Australia in circumstances where his death shortly followed the issuing of a robo-debt, and then inquires into what was said. That people on the outside that may not particularly trust government will just say there's a cover-up going on here.
Senator Patrick, can I just? I understand the intent of what you've just said, but inferring by inferring causation in this case, I don't think is very helpful. Because you are absolutely inferring causation between one event and another. So we have offered, Senator Patrick, for you to meet with the CEO and the appropriate legal counsel to unpack these issues. And again, I'm happy if that's one-on-one, or if Chair, if the committee is also want to do something in camera about this case or not. But I think that rather than airing speculation about causation, which I think is unfortunate.
Minister, I used the word apprehended, an apprehended bias, okay, not an actual bias. I say this having dealt with not your department, but the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet, who have flagrantly disobeyed the law in respect of Justice White's ruling on National Cabinet. The people just have a feeling that FOI is
Okay, but
abused
Senator
by
Patrick, the
departments to
vibe
cover
of the
things
issue,
up.
so what you raise is not in the departments that are here today, and this issue is far too important to go on the vibe of an issue. This is a serious matter that I have taken very seriously with you, as has Services Australia. It is incredibly sensitive, and I certainly don't want to have a conversation here that will perhaps further upset the family, but I do want to provide more information where we can, but I think that is best done one-on-one or through the committee in camera.
Okay.
All right, I will take up your offer and I will work in good faith to try and get perhaps a revised FOI decision which is permissible under the FOI Act.
And I'm happy separately to keep talking to you about that as well.
Sorry, are you moving on to another question,
Oh,
Senator Patrick?
Yeah. So just another very quick question, and I don't mean to ambush you, Minister, but because normally Senator
You always say that, Senator Patrick.
What's coming next?
Well, Senator Ruston is normally the person that fields these questions, and I've been intimately involved with her on this particular issue. But the Secretary may have some knowledge of this because it was mentioned at the last estimates. And that is the issue of apportionment of pay slips to justify robo-debts. And there's been an ongoing conversation. Ms Skinner is aware of it. I think Mr Griggs is likely aware of it. Sorry?
I'm not aware of it, and I think that is a DSS matter, not Services Australia.
It's a policy matter.
Yeah, Senator Patrick, I'm
Mr. Flavell.
just going to see if any of my officers are still here. I don't think they are.
That would have been dealt with earlier in the day, Senator Patrick.
Do you want to maybe put that on notice?
Okay. It really just comes down to the Minister had undertaken to look at 15 different robo-debt matters that I had sent to her office. She was going to talk to the Secretary about it, and I just wanted to get an update as to where those 15 South Australian cases that we've put to the department are in terms of processing.
Okay, we'll take that on notice. Thanks, Senator Patrick.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So I think we have one more line of questioning and then we will probably conclude. So Senator Shikara.
Thanks, Chair. I'll try to be very quick too. Just about Medicare notices of charge. I just wanted to ask, has the volume of complaints increased over the past 2 years? I don't know if you've got someone who's got a bit more.
Ms Facian
Handle
will be
all
able
this
to
data.
assist us.
Yep.
I think, and I'm sure she'll put that in context, we have in the last year over 450 million customer transactions.
476 million in fact.
Thank you very much, Minister. 476 million, and of course in the last 12 months we've supported a tremendous uplift in engagement digitally through the Medicare system as well, including the COVID certificates and the like. So it has been a really large uptick in the demand for Medicare services, but I'll let Ms Facian answer that question directly.
Thank you. Kirsty Facian, Deputy Chief Executive Officer, Health and Aged Care. So just confirming, Senator, you're asking about the compensation scheme and the...
Well, the complaints. Yeah.
For that one, yes, cool. Yes, so between up to the 28th of February 2022, from November 2021, because don't ask me why, but my data goes from November to November each time. Okay. So in November 21 to 28 February 22, 71 complaints.
All right.
And the previous year, to go to your question about whether there was an uptick, for November 2020 to October 2021 was 123.
All right. And what systems are in place, including escalation processes, for Medicare to track and action requests?
So the compensation program itself, which is quite an old program from 1995. So we have a number of ways of trying to track performance in there and complaints themselves. So obviously people can provide complaints via email, they can phone us, and then we just simply continue to manage each of them as they come through. As you can see, they're not a large number, but yes, it tends to be a bit more of an archaic way of doing it just because of the nature of the program.
Okay. And I guess you probably have ways of measuring if there's any blowouts or escalation that goes over a certain threshold to manage and look at a bit more deeper as to why that is the case?
More generally with the program, we do keep an eye on where cases are at and where they are in the settlement process, so that we keep an eye on it. We don't have an easy way of managing to be able to, because I know there are questions of notice on this, easy way to say where certain metrics are at, because we go across a number of systems, again, because of the nature of the program itself. It goes between a finance system and between a claim system, so there's not a simple way. So it is basically human endeavour. It is our staff who are maintaining visibility of each of the cases as they come through to ensure that we deal with them as timely as we can.
Okay, thank you, and I appreciate the answer. I guess I'm just trying to understand with some of the backlogs whether it's a process issue or a staffing issue, or both.
Senator, there's a couple. There's really sort of three things at play. We've been, as we've discussed previously, we've had a surge of staff that have been involved in the COVID disaster payments, the pandemic leave disaster payments. We surge internally as well to prioritise getting payments to people who need them. So we will have reduced the staffing on some of our other programs in order to prioritise the support in the emergency context. So that has, in some instances, meant that our performance has been slower in some of these programs, and that is one of them. That staffing has been returned to that program because we recognised that we needed to rebalance in that case. So that staffing has been returned. So that's one element.
Haven't you added another 34 staff?
We have. We've put some more.
So
we've added staff into that as well. Thanks. And yes, and look, the other thing is, as Ms. Faishni said, it is one of the older programs which is sitting on a combination of older technology. So we've got other newer technology for some of our other programs where we can much more readily track and things like that in real time. So we're working through the need to sort of modernise the way in which we can manage that claiming process so that we can support the customer better and know more readily how we're performing.
And you may want to take this one on notice, but you able to detail the staffing level in every unit over the past 4 or 5 years? I don't know if you can.
I don't have it.
No, we don't have that. We can take that on notice.
Thanks. I was also interested to know the average time for sending a claims history statement from the data request.
It's the same, unfortunately, as to my previous answer, because of the nature of the way the systems are, trying to calculate an average time. To explain how the system works in some ways, so when people ask for a history claim statement, there are some cases who are close to settlement, which we will prioritise because clearly there are other people who have only just started in possibly what will be a long process towards a settlement, which may never get to settlement. So if they are requesting statements and they are very much at the beginning not even actually part of a legal process yet, we will still register their interest and we'll get to them, but we will always prioritise. So
and the
it's
same,
very hard.
I'm assuming, will apply to a notice of charge too,
Sorry,
if they put a request for a notice of charge?
Yeah, so a notice of charge is slightly different because that starts to get, once we have reached the settlement and we are
So do you have an average time for a notice of charge?
No, I don't believe I do.
Customers can see their last 2 years of Medicare transactions online. So where the challenge comes is when people need statements from prior to that 2 years.
And Senator, the government does recognise the issues that the CEO has mentioned, not only in terms of legacy computer systems, but also some legislative interfaces that are sort of a bit unhelpful. So as part of the Health Delivery Modernisation Program, transformation is underway with the compensation recovery system. So that'll actually get rid of the need for the staff interface and actually make things faster and a bit more of a modern, streamlined process for people who are engaging with the system.
Yeah, and I was going to ask you about technology as well. So what technology are you looking at to try and reduce the backlog?
So the system itself, because it has been fairly across a number of systems as part of the Health Delivery Modernisation, as the Minister has mentioned, under the current phase. We've recently been funded for the next ones. In about the middle of this year, the staff will be provided with a system which enables them to be able to almost have a single view of the customer and of the case instead of trying to go between different systems. So there is an improvement coming. We expect it very soon. Equally, as the Minister and the CEO have said, simplification of the processes is an area that we look at as well, and we're also working with the Department of Health just to consider other ways. So rather than digitise what is probably not the most efficient process, what are the opportunities to make the system provide better outcomes for the customer, quite frankly, and let's ensure that the process end to end is as clean as possible.
And Senator, the thing that I'm particularly happy with is that they'll go to an electronic workflow system, so they won't need to scan documents off emails and things like that, which is very cumbersome and time consuming. So this will have a much quicker and a less staff intensive process.
And we're also working quite closely with the insurance and legal sector because, as I mentioned, there's a lot of people who very early in their case, or it may not even be a case, contact us. So we're just trying to work with them to say, we have better outcomes for people who are closer to settlement if we can try and prevent some of that additional noise in the system by working with the legal and sector, just to say, can you work with us to help ensure that we're focused on the most important, which are people who are close to settlement.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Any further questions for outcome 1? So there being no further questions at this time, the committee's consideration of the social services portfolio will conclude. On behalf of the committee, I'd like to thank Minister Reynolds, as well as officers from the Department of Social Services and agencies who have given evidence to the committee today. And as this is our final hearing for this Parliament, I'd just like to put on our record the committee's thanks for the broadcasting secretarial cleaners, especially during this Parliament with COVID, and for all those who have supported us over the past 3 years. And I declare the hearing adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair.